Oh, is everyone still sleeping this morning? Is anyone here? Good morning.
Morning, Lily. Morning, Kira. Morning, Miguel. Morning, Lynn. Morning, Natalie. Morning, Corbin. Morning, Juana. Morning, Madison. All right. So are we ready to get started?
We have 16. Yeah, I think we should be good.
I'm assigning the rooms right now.
Yeah. So I want to just get into it like right away, just because we have till 9:45, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah. So we're gonna continue from last week's work study. We're gonna continue working on our agendas, our itinerary for the field trips, proposals for our Shark Tank. We are gonna break back into our regular groups that we had last week. And today we will have to submit or have something concrete on the agenda. So we're gonna have a success coach on each group, and we're gonna hopefully have something in for today, because next week you guys have your Shark Tank presentation. So we'll be helping you guys out with that. Please download the form for the itinerary field trip, and yeah, we'll get into groups right now. If you have any questions, you have your success coach or staff member. Yes, Miguel. We're still gonna work on the field trip assignment. We want to get that done as soon as possible, so you guys have things ready for next week. Does anybody have any questions? So we're gonna go over like the research costs, the estimates, the food, the admissions, everything. Like, we are gonna try to go into detail. But yeah, because I don't know what to do for that. We'll go over that. We'll try to research and get stuff done today, so don't worry about that. Are the breakout rooms ready?
Yes, I'm just letting you let us know what's up, and I'll open all rooms. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Just a reminder to you guys really fast, go ahead and call people. Oh, Isaac's here. You might have to call them after school or send them an email and get that after class time or something. But again, if you have a real proposal, we actually have real money, $30,000 from the federal government that we've earmarked to take you guys onto some extra field trips. So plan some field trips. Like, we can really take you on these trips. So, but you have to give me real numbers. You have to give me an actual budget, like this coach bus with the bathroom and AC to take us to Eastern Washington or to Oregon or something is going to cost us this much money. Does that make sense to you guys? Like, I got to know what I'm buying.
And we're gonna have to communicate like a lot. Like, I know some of us are gonna be quiet, but like we're gonna have to talk about like who's gonna do what and what, right? Somebody can take notes or like write things down while somebody's like researching like the cost for maybe the food or admissions entrance and stuff like that. So everybody's able to stay on task, and we can all work as a group to get the assignment done. So
Yeah.
And Karen and I are available to pop into any breakout rooms and answer any questions that you guys might have.
And another thing that you guys can do is assign different tasks to people so that everything can get done. So say one person, hey, you should go research how much it'll cost for the bus, while I go research how much it will cost for housing for that night. So then you can each get those tasks done without having to communicate with each other as much about it. So you can work on your own time too, and then just input that into your itinerary.
And just as a reminder, there is the example up. So if you get lost, if you get confused on what you need to be doing, there is an example up there that you can look at to help guide you.
Awesome. Thank you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and open breakout rooms now. You guys, okay, there we go. Okay, awesome. How did it go yesterday? Were you able to catch the check?
Yep, and they gave me envelopes and stuff, so I have 20 envelopes with $17 exactly each one. We couldn't do $20. No, that extra $3 that matters.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, so I think the kids will really enjoy getting that envelope of money, make things easy for them. So
Okay, cool. Yeah, also this morning before you got here, I talked to the success coaches about having to
here,
do the
can
student.
you stop for a second? I'm gonna.
I was clicking something on my screen and I accidentally came back in here.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Hello,
Good morning.
good morning. Thanks for having me.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming. We really appreciate this.
My pleasure.
Okay. Are there still some groups coming back? Maybe I think a couple more people are popping in. Okay.
I hope everybody had a productive time getting their field trips ready. I know our group was just getting into it, like we were getting stuff done, and I hope the other groups as well were able to find a location and get their agendas and costs ready. But just a reminder, like just keep on communicating with each other, trying to get it done and filled, because we are presenting this next week on Thursday. So you guys have until then to finish the form and have it ready. We will try to make sure, I will make sure to have the same groups for next week as well, because I think there's some people in the wrong group. But yeah, I think my group went well. So how did everything go well with Tabitha and Garrett? Did you guys do well? Did
Yeah,
progress?
everyone did really well. And it'll be Friday that you guys are presenting. So Thursday is a practice. We have one more day to practice. And then Friday during the celebration, you guys will be doing your final presentations. Great job to everyone. Make sure to be in contact with each other. My group, you all have the link for your document. So be working on that throughout the week, and then we'll revise it. We will have one more study session and one more practice round. So just do your best. Keep working on things.
All right. Yeah. And for my group, go ahead and, you guys can text me, you can call me if you need help. You have that document. Hopefully you guys can work on it both together and on your own time, and really put some stuff in there and start calling around for the estimates. Good work,
For
guys.
my group, well, I'll be in person next week. So hopefully I can speak with you guys and go over some of the things. If you guys have questions as well, just let me know. But I hope to help you guys before, or get stuff done before Thursday and Friday at least. So yeah. Elizabeth, it's all you.
All right, thank you so much. Well, so we're switching gears. I would like to introduce you guys to one of the faculty at the Evergreen State College. This is Miranda. And Miranda, thank you so much for coming to talk to our students. They're very excited about this. Okay, they don't know what they're doing, so they're not excited, but they will be excited. So you're a professor of English, is that correct, in creative writing?
Yeah.
That's fantastic. So we actually got to meet with a published author this week. The students got to do a workshop, and she led them through some creative writing exercises, and all the students seemed very engaged and excited to read her book and talk to her. So I think that they will be very excited to learn about what you have to talk to them about. And we have about an hour, so I will stop talking and turn it over to you.
Okay, thanks so much, Elizabeth, and thanks to all of you for having me. I'm super excited to be here and connect with you and speak with you a little bit about what it looks like to study literary arts at Evergreen, and maybe more broadly, even in college in general. Studying literature, studying creative writing are very intertwined. Some might focus entirely on creative writing, but literature is the outcome of creative writing. So reading is, really the thing that connects creative writing and literary studies. I teach literature, comparative literature, creative writing, as well as environmental humanities. So I teach broadly within the humanities and the arts. And I could say, generally, when we're thinking about studying the humanities and the arts, we're thinking a lot about meaning making and interpretation, critical thinking about narratives, and about uses of language. So studying humanities and studying in the arts, literary arts and other forms of arts prepares us well for working in fields like publishing, editing, curation, education, also activism and media. Any arenas where you want to think about how are people making meaning? How are people telling stories? Whose stories are being told? And in what ways, right? So studying literature can include studying storytelling and meaning making in all kinds of cultural contexts, in all kinds of languages, and in all kinds of historical periods, right? Like you could study ancient literature to understand meaning making in the ancient world. You can study contemporary literature to understand how people are making meaning in cultures all over the world right now. So it's a huge arena and it's very interdisciplinary, right? So it overlaps with and involves you in questions of history. So when I say interdisciplinary, we can talk about literature as a discipline or the study of literature as a discipline. You can talk about the study of history as a discipline, but when you're studying literature and engaging with creative writing, you're automatically involved with history, questions of history, and questions of language. So for me, I am a fiction writer. I also write nonfiction. Some of the things to go in a little bit more narrow, with a more narrow focus, some of the questions that I look at when I'm teaching fiction as a practitioner, as an artist myself, is, might be things like, how do we define a successful metaphor? What does it entail to create a really resonant, interesting, generative, successful metaphor? What is a character? When do we recognize a brilliant use of detail in fiction? What is point of view? What is point of view? And how does it work? What is imaginative sympathy? Why does fiction move us? So these are all really old questions, and they continue to be relevant in thinking about the construction of effective stories. So those are some sort of introductory points, the sort of lay of the land. And I want to pause. I want to do some writing with you all, some creative writing. But I want to pause here and just see if there are any questions or comments about what you've heard so far. about the general sort of picture here, the big picture? No questions so far. Okay, good. All right. So, oh, I think I hear a question.
No, do you guys have any questions at all? You can throw them into the chat. I know Lynn said they love creative writing. Do you guys have any just thoughts about anything that Miranda said? Anything that you think about when you read literature? I know a lot of you've had to read The Great Gatsby and stuff, or who else have you guys had to read? A lot of Robert Frost, a lot of Poe. They make them read on Walden's Lake or on Walden's Pond, to read that one every year too. So do you guys have any thoughts about anything that Miranda said? You can throw it in the chat.
It's totally fine if not.
Okay.
Just wanted to make sure that if anybody did have any questions, particularly about kind of this idea of what kind of fields you can work in when you study literature and creative writing, and more broadly, the arts and what's called the humanities, which is sort of the terrain historically of kind of, of meaning making. So Miguel has a question. When you think of character, do you draw them? When you think of a character, do you draw them? Me personally, I don't necessarily draw them, but I love that idea. I think that's a fantastic way to kind of develop an inner image of the character. I tend to hear the voice of a character. So for me, it's more like auditory than it is visual. I'll hear some diction and I'll just sort of start writing in that tone or in that mode, you know. But I think that's a really wonderful technique. And if you're a cartoonist or you work or you're a visual artist, that's going to be a way that you're thinking about the construction of worlds, right? World building and storytelling. Okay, well, let's do some writing right now. We all have a lot of stories in us because our experience is made up of stories, right? So this exercise is really pretty straightforward. And we start out with 2 words, which is just, I remember. And we go from there. We're just making a list of I remembers. It can be anything. So here you're being improvisational. You're just letting memories come up and spill out of your memory and your consciousness onto the page in the form of a list. And we'll go for 5 minutes. And all you're doing is listing I remembers, letting them arise up from any point in your life. And they can be complicated. They can be simple. They can be full of images. They can be anything at all. And so we'll take 5 minutes with that, just listing I remembers, and I'll let you know when to stop. And this is called a focused free write. We do a lot of this in creative writing classes. take another 30 seconds or so with your I remembers. And then I'll ask for a couple of volunteers to read I remembers. And let's listen and see what we can understand or hear about the presence of potential stories. And if you like, you can raise your hand if you want to volunteer. Either turn on your screen and raise your hand or use the reactions raise hand function. Anyone want to read their I remembers? Going once, going twice?
Whoever reads their I remembers will get an extra ho-ho tomorrow on the field trip. I bribe kids with candy. I'm fully into that. I think it's a great idea.
An extra what?
Ho-ho?
What's that?
You know the ho-hos? Lily's volunteering. Lily doesn't need explanation. Lily's like, I will read.
Lily's got it. Go ahead, Lily.
Right, Lily.
I remember hating the color yellow.
Want to read a few more?
I'm good.
Okay, great. Really nice. Any other volunteers? Okay, Madison.
Okay, I remember reading. I remember watching the clock. I remember walking to the bay. I remember playing basketball. I remember water rafting. I remember laughing. I remember going to the park. I remember school. I remember just, yeah, that was a few.
Great, thank you, wonderful. So as we listen to those, we could hear the potential for a first sentence for a story, right? I remember watching the clock. That's very suggestive of the beginning of a story. Why are we watching the clock? I'll read a couple of mine. I remember the tall spire of a church. I remember dancing at my brother's wedding. I remember wandering in an antique store, wondering about the value of things, how it gets decided. Lynn, did you want to read? Great.
Hi. I remember dreaming. I remember listening to music. I remember learning how to swim. I remember learning how to read. I remember playing in the snow.
Beautiful, really wonderful. I remember learning how to read. That's amazing. To be able to be in touch with these really important formative memories, good one. Okay, so for our next exercise, we're going to choose one of these I remembers and we'll use it for the first sentence to start to explore the memory a little more, focusing on description. What do we remember visually? Just thinking about sensory description. So choose one and just begin a narrative, begin a story. I remember learning how to read, and maybe from there, the book was this, and what did it feel like? What did it look like? Just begin to explore that visual sensory quality of the memory. So we'll take 4 minutes with this and see where it leads us. So choose circle one, I remember, rewrite it on a new page and see where it takes you. Start a narrative. Okay, take another minute or so with your storytelling. Does anybody want to read where their I remember led them? Now's your chance if you'd like.
I will give out extra ho-hos people who share here too, guys.
What's up? So like how many words was supposed to be off of the I remember?
As many as you could write in that short amount of time I gave you, Eli. So you can read your whole thing.
Okay. I put down I remember falling to a pit of despair when I was not doing well in class.
Good, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. That evokes so much. I see other volunteers to share as well. Lynn, Madison, did you want to read where your I remember took you? Madison and then Lynn?
Mine's a little long. But I remember watching the clock. It would tick every second, but once it hit a minute, it took 2 seconds to begin ticking again. I was told the clock made time seem slower, so I watched the clock to see how slow time actually is when you're not doing anything. So my dad told me that my mom was on her way home. I would watch the clock to see how long it seemed before she arrived. It felt like an hour, but I watched the clock. It only took 35 minutes. It amazed me. So the next day, my dad told me again that my mom was on her way home. So I went outside and played. It felt like 20 minutes, but she was home and it took her 35 again.
Wonderful, wonderful exploration of how different senses of time can be, the passage of time. We experience the passage of time very differently than clock time, especially when we're eagerly anticipating someone's arrival. That's a really rich area of inquiry for storytelling. Lynn.
I remember learning to read. The book I read was called The Big Blue Book, a collection of stories. The specific story I read was Go Dog Go. I remember the pages feeling soft, the smell of it used but kept in shape. The smell of it used but kept in shape. I laid on the back of a worn-out blue couch.
These are great, you guys. This is really, really wonderful. So you can see how you can just start with a memory, with an I remember, and follow the trail of memory into sensory description. And pretty soon, story begins to emerge. Everyone is a storyteller, right? When we sit with our friends and just talk, we tell each other stories. So this practice, these exercises are a way to kind of formalize what we already naturally do as human pattern makers to raise our consciousness and draw our attention to specific elements of writing and techniques of storytelling. So we're going to do another exercise, and this time what we're trying to draw our attention to is really the sound of language, the sonic, the evocative sonic qualities of language, right? So it begins once again with a list. And what you're doing is just writing a list of words, focusing on nouns, trying to be specific. So a person, place, or thing, and avoiding kind of abstract words, just making a list of words that you find compelling, in some way beautiful, because it sounds interesting to you, or it evokes an image, it has some kind of interest for you. And what we're thinking about here is, just as the potter's material is clay, so the writer's material is language. And so we want to be interested in all of the scales and elements and dimensions of language, from the word choice, to the sentence, to the paragraph, to the page, all of these scales, whether it's the entire narrative, the entire story arc, to the smallest unit, the word, punctuation. So just remembering that language is the material of writing, in the same way that clay is the material of ceramics, or paint is the material of paintings. Yes, Christina, let's hear yours.
Okay. I remember when I felt like I wasn't good enough for my parents. I kept talking to them, but only the sounds of the chickens from the backyard came through the walls. I feel like a window. You only look through a window, transparent. No sounds of a praise, only looks of disappointment. Their eyes are what kept me up last night. How they moved back and forth from my phone to my face as I was showing them things I've been doing. A simple smile would have been enough for me. It would have. But even no smile came. Their heads turned as if seeing a ordinary brick wall. It's a bit choppy, but it kind of get the point, hopefully.
It's really beautiful, Christina, really powerful. Thank you so much for sharing that. I feel like a window, right? This is a really fantastic metaphor. And then metaphor changes. I feel like a window becomes a brick wall, right? This whole painful tension and conflict around whether we are being seen or not by the people around us, by the people we love, whether we're being looked through, whether we're being recognized. This is also a huge area of exploration in literature, the conflicts and disappointments and ambivalences of family life, of relationship. So thank you, that was amazing. That was really amazing. Manuela, would you like to read? Yeah, would you like me to read what you've sent to me? Well, I appreciate you sending it in any case. You all are really wonderful writers. This is just so powerful. So I think writing is for everyone, just to say, whether you decide to become a creative writer, to study literature, to do any of this, doesn't matter. You know, I hope that some of you will. I feel that there's a lot of gifted people in this group. But whether you do or not, writing is still for you. It's for everyone. Keeping a journal, keeping a notebook, processing what's happening in your life is for everyone. So I hope you all will keep a journal and use that as a space to explore, to write poems, to write stories, to talk about what you're going through. It's a great place for inner dialogue and for developing that inner life that is so such a resource for us through thick and thin. So let's do another exercise, and we're going to go back to this list making exercise, and it really is it's to begin with really literally just a matter of making a list. I'll give you an example. I'm just quickly writing a list of a few words that I like the sound of. And I'll just read off to you. I've just written 3: emblem, teacup, nasturtium. you can hear how different each of these words sound and how sort of surprising they are next to each other, right? Why those words are next to each other? Because I'm just making a list of words that I find compelling. Okay, so we'll take 4 minutes with our lists and just let the pen keep moving and let the words that interest you, polka dot, lion, whatever, it doesn't matter what the words are, just let them fall onto the page and we'll check back in 4 minutes with our lists. A list of compelling words, and try to, again, focus on really concrete words, not words that are abstract, like the word love is beautiful, but it's kind of abstract. I can't really see it or touch it or feel it. Same, there's something very different about the word cup and the word love, right? Cup evokes a shape, an image, sense of weight and use. So try to focus in on specific nouns. All right, 4 minutes, here we go. Okay, take another minute with your lists. Keep your lists of words, of compelling words flowing. And yes, of course, you can put your lists in the chat if you like, or read them. We'll take another 30 seconds or so to see if you can add 1 or 2 more words of any kind, short, long, medium, foods, plants, places, names, furniture, objects, all and any words that are specific, if possible, are welcome. All right. So I want to invite people to read their lists, and we'll listen to the sound, the music of language. And also, of course, if you'd like to put yours in the chat, that's also fine. A couple volunteers to read their lists. All right, Lily, let's hear yours.
Mom, flower, tiger, mug, brother, shark, Legos, dad, elk, tree, rock, water, mountain, spider, snake, chair, book, dog, cat, cactus, card.
Nice, wonderful list. What did you all notice when you listened to Lily's list? What was conjured for you? What was kind of evoked for you when you listened to that list? Senses of place, senses of home, senses of relationship, right? So already, even before you put your words into sentences, comfort, Lynn says, there's so much happening already just with the list of words. The other thing that's really neat about a list of words like this is that there's already a kind of poem happening here, right? That these words create a sense of relationship and possibility, and they're evocative, and that they're in an order and in a relationship that is unique, right? So we say one way of describing a poem is that it can't be paraphrased. So we've already kind of started to move towards poetic language just by bringing forth new relationships between terms that we haven't heard before. Elk next to mug, next to mother. So dynamic. And here's a list from Lynn. Devoted, enlight, conquer, perish, indifferent, control. Such a different sense of tone with this list from Lily's. Let's hear 1 or 2 more lists, or throw them in the chat. Thank you, Madison. That'd be wonderful. Take your time.
So mine was bottle, shoe, hand, brother, balloon, sunglasses, spoon, ice, picture frame, mirror, card, broom, mitt, dress, ball, and ladybug.
Wonderful, so interesting. What was it like to write and listen to these lists? What was it like for you all to write these? What did you discover, if anything? Kira or Juana, Karina or Miguel, Eli or Carolyn, Isaac or Natalie, Corbin, anybody? What do you notice when you write these lists? Memories, thoughts, a lot of thinking. Yeah, Eli.
I said feelings.
Good. A setting, feelings. So just by the act of writing, a list of words, memories, thoughts, feelings, thinking. And so when we, as writing teachers, as writers, one of the things that you'll hear writing and literature teachers say is that writing is a particular kind of thinking that doesn't happen any other way. And that when we write, we make discoveries that we don't necessarily make if we don't write. And we really can begin anywhere. We can begin with, I remember. We can begin with a list of words. And pretty soon, as all of you are observing so brilliantly, memories, thoughts, thinking, feeling, everything starts to kind of come alive through language, internally, and that's because of the act of writing, and taking a simple prompt of any kind and following it and seeing where it leads you, kind of like improvising with an instrument, right? Just discovering as you go, where is the language taking me? Is it taking me into a feeling? Is it taking me into a thought? Is it taking me into a memory? Is it allowing me to work through something that happened this morning or 10 years ago or whatever it may be? So there is a part of the brain that lights up when we write, right? And the part of the self that lights up when we write that really, it doesn't happen any other way. And this is why I'm saying writing is for everyone. It's through writing that we can discover what we care about, what we want to do, what things mean to us, right? So let's try one more exercise. And we're going to now try writing from the first person, which is using the I pronoun, from the first person for 3 minutes, just anything at all, a narrative of some kind, but we're going to try not to use the first person pronoun. So this is called a formal constraint. And this is when you introduce something that you're not allowed to do. You'll recognize this from games, right? Red light, green light, right? All kinds of games have rules, including rules about things that you're not supposed to do that are generative in some way. So the rule of this game is to write from the first person point of view, from the I, without using the pronoun I or me or mine. And just see what you have to do. What strategies do you have to use to convey that first person point of view without leaning on the first person pronoun? And we'll try that for 4 minutes. And again, this is just free writing. So just stream of consciousness, just let the writing, this is, it is a challenge. We'll try it out. See how it goes. First person without leaning on the I, me, or mine. And I'll let you know when to stop. Okay, so take another minute with writing from the first person, conveying that first person point of view perspective without relying upon the first person pronouns. And then read back through what you've written and make sure you haven't put in any first person pronouns, and make any editorial changes you need to make if you accidentally did. It's very easy to do. Often when I do this exercise with people, a little I, me, or mine has slipped in without us noticing. So go back through and cross that out and change the sentence in whatever way you might need to change it if you accidentally did. Take 2 minutes with that. And also there may be other edits you want to make to your piece. Word changes. Go ahead and do a little bit of editing on your piece. Okay. Any readers are invited. If you feel inspired, please feel free to go ahead and read your first person piece. So Lynn is asking, what if I use me as if that person saying me is not the person I'm writing the perspective from, which is a great question, right? But I think the question is, how are you narrating that, Lynn? You know, by what means can you make it clear to your reader that the me is an other, right? You might use, so maybe if you read the piece, we could analyze it a little bit, or you can talk about it. Did we lose you, Lynn? Okay, well, in any case, it's a great question. Because you here you're introducing the question of how do you convey point of view in storytelling. And there would be a few different strategies you could use to indicate that the me here is not the same as the narrative point of view or the narrator's point of view. But I'm suddenly mindful of the time, and I just want to mention a few things before we close. So we did 4 writing exercises together today. We did an exercise on memory. I remember as a source for storytelling. We took those sentences and we began a piece with one of them. We did word choice exercise by coming up with a list of compelling words as a way to think about sound and style, the sound effects and the kind of stylistic effects of word choice. And then we did a point of view exercise thinking about perspective, and we could have done something with second person or third person, but we chose first person. We gave ourselves a rule to not rely upon the person pronoun. Why did we do that? I'll just give it away because we're just about out of time. One of the reasons is because when, and you may have noticed this when you were writing, when we kind of give ourselves the rule that we can't just lean on the first person to convey first person perspective, we start to get more descriptive in our writing. And all kinds of other things become possible. In a creative writing class, what we might do next is, having done these exercises, is we might choose one to develop on our own as homework, and then bring it back for workshop and give each other feedback and develop these into longer pieces, short stories and so forth, or poems, depending on what we're working on. And then in an ongoing way, we would do in-class writing exercises that would help us to generate material, raw material, rough drafts, from which to start to develop pieces. And then workshop is a kind of traditional way for writing students to give each other feedback and support, and to learn how to become critical readers of their own work. Because that's one of the ways that we develop and advance our writing, is by learning how to read it with a bit of a critical eye, a supportive, constructively critical eye. And that's where revision comes in, right? Revision, revision, revision. All writing is revision. Yeah, very rarely does something come out whole in one go. Although we did hear some people read some beautiful pieces today that felt very full in their spontaneity. So I just really want to thank you all for your engagements. I hope you all keep writing no matter what you do with your lives. Writing is for everyone. And I appreciate you. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so very much, Miranda. Can you guys all unmute really fast and say thank you?
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I think the kids really enjoyed this too, so I appreciate you.
It's a lot of fun. I wish you all the best. Take good care.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, do you guys have any feedback or anything you want to say about that before we go on to break?
I liked it.
You liked it? I'm happy.
It was super fun.
I'm happy to hear that. We've been really, really lucky with this evergreen. Lynn enjoyed it. Kira liked the last one. This was hands-on. This was great. But we've been really fortunate that the evergreen faculty have taken time out of their day to come in and do these workshops with us. So I hope that you guys have paid attention. We had an economics professor, a mathematics professor, now an English professor, and I think we'll get Carolyn, who does midwifery and human biology and stuff. Can we do one with theater? You know what? Ben does theater. You realize that our humanities teacher was adjunct professor at Evergreen and taught theater. So, but yes, we'll try and get theater next time. Maybe I'll bring in somebody during the school year to talk to you guys about theater. But yeah, so we're very lucky, very fortunate. The other thing I want to tell you guys is that, yeah, next Friday will be the day we do our presentations. I do need everybody to show up that day, and we'll be in the Longhouse. So I'll give you guys some more information about that soon. But let's take a break, be back here at 11 to go into scholarships, okay?
Bye, everybody.
All right, guys, if we can come back, if you can throw something in the chat so I know that you're here. Could one of the success coaches take roll for us, please?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right. So today we've got a couple of things we're going to do. For the first hour and 45 minutes, we are going to work on our scholarship presentation. And then after that, we're going to do our peer review of our final project. And then we're going to, if we have enough time, I'd sure love to have you guys show off your college search. So that's the goal for today. I'm going to go on to screen share. Hopefully you guys have been following along on your Canvas and keeping up with all the activities, but this is everything on Canvas. And at least for my stuff, all my Canvas stuff has lots of details. So even if you guys miss class or whatever, you're here. So hopefully by this point, you've all done your syllabus review. You can always go back to the syllabus and look at what we're doing or details about any assignment. Hopefully you've done your resume of a graduate. That was worth $8. This is a resume, a projection of what you think you'll have accomplished by the time you finish high school. When you graduate high school, what will your resume look like? The next step was your college search. This was creating 3 slides. Each slide had a different college on it and had facts about that college. And if you click on college search, there's all the details about what I want to see on each slide. The next item is applying for Evergreen. We did this one in class. If anyone is still struggling with applying to Evergreen, please reach out to me or one of the success coaches or to George Castro. He would be happy to help you. We all would. But you want to get that turned in. That one is also worth 8 points or $8. Your peer review of your final project. So I'll go over the final project again really quickly. Your final project, it's not due until July 21st. So that's due the Wednesday. Next Wednesday is when it's due. It's worth $18. Okay, guys? This is going to be, you can pick, it's a reflection about who you are. It must tell a story that reflects the student's character or helped to shape it. So all this creative writing exercises we've done, that kind of feeds into what we're doing here because you're storytelling. It should give a good understanding of the student's experiences, what is important to the student, and how the student has put action to beliefs. This project can be done in one of the following medias. It can be an essay, and if it's an essay, I'd like it between 400 and 600 words. That's about a page, single spaced. It could be a vlog post. Some of you guys don't like to write. We'd prefer to do a video recording. But this needs to be like something polished, something edited. And I want no more than 3 minutes. You could do a movie or a video or some kind of animation. I've seen those being really powerful before. Skits, all kinds of stuff that you could be doing there. And again, no more than 3 minutes, edited, scripted out. This needs to be a polished thing, not just like I'm going to wing it. Poster board. Some people prefer to have kind of a graphical. And so we can get you old school poster board, and you could type some stuff out and print it and print out some photos and graphs and whatever you want to have on there, whatever's important to tell your story, all about you, your character, who you are as an individual. Or you could do a live speech if you wanted to. And if you are doing a live speech, you need to contact me and let me know. So there's a bunch of different ways. The essay, I think, is probably the easiest one to do, but there's a bunch of different ways to do this assignment. For my rising seniors, it should be a written essay because you're going to have to be turning this in. And it needs to be for one of the schools you plan to apply to, or it could be for a scholarship. If the school you're applying to doesn't require an essay, if you're like top choice is Wazoo, and Wazoo doesn't require an essay, then write one for a scholarship that you're actually applying for. Speaking of scholarship, so that's our final assignment. It's not due until the 21st. After lunch today, we will break into small groups or pairs, and we will do a peer review of the final project. So you guys will be given a matrix, and you guys will need to look over your partner's paper and review it. And you will get paid $8.50 for doing that. So that's actually a lot of money you're getting on this one final project, right? You're getting money for reviewing somebody and for doing it. And if you don't have something for someone to review, you can't do the peer review. So hopefully you guys are all ready. You have an hour for lunch if anyone needs to cram out a draft. But what we're going to spend today on is applying for scholarships. This actually isn't due until the 22nd, which is next Thursday. So I'm giving you guys an entire week to work on this. I want you to identify 6 scholarships that you'd like to apply for and create a Google slide, or it could be a Microsoft slide or whatever you want to do. But I think the slide format works really nicely, just like we did for the colleges. For each scholarship. So last one we reviewed colleges, you only had to select 3 colleges. Now I want 6 scholarships. Okay, guys. I want a link to the scholarship homepage. I want a description of the scholarship's purpose, who's funding it, why, the date the scholarship opens and closes, what class standing the student needs to be for, like do you need to be a senior to apply for it? Is there an essay requirement? And if so, what's the prompt? Is there minimum GPA, SAT, ACT score? Any other information, if there's like an income level, if there is, if it's not an essay prompt, but it's something else that they want from you, include all those details. The more information you have on here, the easier it is. Miguel, have you had your questions answered? Or do you still have questions about what's going on? So Manuela, yes, we started our final project last week. We did. I'm giving you guys as much time on it as I can to work on it. Scholarships, today we're starting the scholarship search. I've got some scholarships I'm really excited to show you guys that are interesting and that could be useful for you. And we'll go forward from there. So Miguel is still confused on the scholarship thing. So Miguel, what we're going to do today is I'm going to start by telling you guys about scholarships. And then I'm going to give you guys some time to work on finding your scholarships. You might not get this done in the amount of time I'm going to give you. You might have to do some of this as homework. Remember, you have a 2-hour there and 2-hour back bus ride tomorrow. So if you can do any kind of work for any of your classes on the bus tomorrow, that would be great. You can leave things on the bus. That's okay. So there is some time to work on different stuff that you got to do for your different classes. So for the scholarship, Miguel, for this assignment, it's worth $12, which remember, these all add up. If you do all of your assignments, you get $250. So it might sound $12, what do I care about $12? It adds up. Plus you need to know about scholarships, okay? So you are going to get a Google slide doc, or you're going to get a PowerPoint going, and you're going to make 6 slides. And each slide is going to be for a different scholarship that you've researched. I'm going to tell you about like 3 or 4 of them today. So, hey, you can even use those ones if you want to. You're going to find some scholarships that are interesting to you that you think you might be able to apply for either now or when you're a senior, okay? So you're doing your research ahead of time. So you're like, hey, I gotta remember about this scholarship because I'm going to apply for it later on. And you want to put down as much notes and details about that scholarship as you can, because this is going to help you out. And we're going to share it with each other, just like we're going to share the college information. And so that's going to help each other out, because you're doing research that Manuela might read this, Miguel, and say, what? That's a perfect scholarship for me. I'm totally going to apply for it. And then you both apply for it, and then you both win a lot of money and you pay for your college that way. Does that make sense? Okay, I hope we're all on this together. Everything is in Canvas. So if you want to go back and look at what exactly you're going to need on your slides, it's right there in Canvas for you guys to review. All right. I need a little bit of water. So will somebody tell me the difference between a scholarship, a grant, and a loan? Krillin says a loan you have to pay back. That is very true. A scholarship means you earn it. Krillin says a scholarship is given by a foundation or a person. Those are generally true. Yeah. Scholarships tend to come from a foundation or a person. You don't have to pay it back if it's a grant. That's right, Juana. Where a grant, who tends to give out grants? Does anyone know?
The government.
The government. Chrissy and Krillin both got one. Yes. So, and you earn grants. Can anyone tell me? So I've told you a few times that I've got some money to give away for scholarships, right? How much money do I have to give away for scholarships, or not scholarships, but field trips? How much money can I spend on field trips next year, extra?
30K?
30K. Is that coming from Elizabeth's bank account?
No,
Where's that money coming from?
the government.
The government, in the form of what?
The federal government.
The federal
state,
government.
State government. I mean,
It's federal. We're
okay.
Department of Education, federal. What do they use to pay for Upward Bound? Upward Bound is a what? Does anyone know?
A program.
It is a program. What kind of program? What's our funding? Tabitha, do you know what our funding is?
It's a federally funded program.
How are they funding us? How did we get to have our job? It's
Tax
federal
money?
money. What?
Tax money? Or
It's
it's tax.
from tax money. Caroline, do you know what we are?
We are a federally, we are a federally funded grant.
Grant. We are a grant program. Testing us. I totally am testing you. We are a grant program. There was somebody at the Evergreen State College who got paid money to sit down and write a 60-page grant application that got submitted with all of the relevant information about why Shelton needed an Upward Bound and why we were the good program to do that for Shelton. And we were selected out of many, many grants that did not get funded to provide services for 5 years. Our grant is about to run out. Like this is going to be our last year of this grant. So there will be somebody being paid money at Evergreen, not me, to write another 60-page grant. And they're going to include all the good work we've done so far, which is why I care so much about showing that you guys go to college and graduate college, to fund us for another 5 years. Yeah, what a job. Yeah, 60 pages. So when I was a graduate student, I just got my master's in public administration in 2017. For my final project, I wrote a 60-page Upward Bound veterans grant for Centralia College. And it did not get funded. It missed it by half a point. So I think I wrote a pretty good grant, and I think that we just didn't quite have the setup. And I was a student right in that grant. So I will tell you, it is a lot of work. It's a lot of research. Now, the grants that you guys are applying for are significantly easier. There is a great grant that anyone, that many of you here will qualify for. Can anyone think of a Washington State grant, money from the state of Washington in grant form, that many of you will qualify for when you graduate from high school to go to college? You fill out the FAFSA to apply for it. That's right, Juana, and you're automatically considered for this grant. It is part of financial aid, Krillin, but this particular grant has a particular name, and I have told you about it numerous times this summer, and Chrissy, throughout the years I have known you.
Doesn't it come, I think it's like the same name. I don't remember the name, but it's like Bound something.
So there's the college,
College Bound.
College Bound scholarship that you apply for in middle school, in 7th and 8th grade. There's another scholarship that if you don't get that one, you can get this other grant, and it's called the Washington State College Grant. Okay. Have you guys heard of this before?
No. I don't remember.
I'm going to share my screen right now. Sure. Washington State is pretty robust in the amount of money we give to our students. So the Pell Grant, right? That comes to you from the federal government. The Department of Education awards federal money. It's up to 6,000. Caroline, do you remember exactly how much it is this year?
6,345.
Yes. So when you fill out the FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, every year when you are a senior and then as you go through college, it will look at your income, your parents' income, a couple other factors, and it will determine what your need is. Now, it is not very good at determining need. Many of you will have significantly more need than this program understands. And many of your parents, it will say your parents should contribute this much, and your parents are like, yeah, no, that's a lot of money and I don't have it, or I don't think that I should, or whatever. So there are definitely flaws in this. But if you qualify, by filling out the FAFSA, you're automatically considered for a Pell Grant, free money you don't have to return. Washington State, because you live in Washington State and you are a recent high school graduate and you are working towards, and you're going to go to school in Washington State at a public university here, you will get considered for a Washington College grant. And again, it comes right off your FAFSA and they just look at your income and do you need this money? Well, you all need this money and they're not very great at figuring out like everybody who should get it. But, oh, Alana's here. Cool. So
right,
this
and
is
if
the
you
web-
have if you go to a what's it called, a private school, you can't get this.
You can get it. So I'm going to show you right here. So this is the amount. Say you fill out your FAFSA and you qualified for free or reduced lunches already. And the FAFSA takes your parents' income and they're like, okay, you are lower income. So the FAFSA says your family's estimated contribution is 0. And that's common. I've seen a lot of students who get that. So they're like, okay, well, you have high need. We're going to give you a Pell Grant. So this federal government's like, here's 6,000 some odd dollars for you. And they're going to send that to your school, and your school will pay themselves for tuition first and your dorm and any other fees that they have. And then any money that's left over, they'll give to you. So if you're going to community college, you're going to probably get some money pretty quickly. If you're going to university, well, they cost more. Can anyone remember you guys did some research? Can you throw out a cost of one of the schools that you wanted to attend? Any of the Washington State schools you wanted to attend? Public or private? Yeah, Wazoo. Do you remember how much Wazoo cost, Krillin? Well, I'll tell you. You have it written down. I don't know exactly how much it costs, but I know that it's going to be close to 11,000 because this is going to cover basically the cost of tuition at that university. Now, private schools. So you want to go to an independent, nonprofit like PLU. But PLU is going to cost like $60,000 or more in tuition, just tuition. And the state of Washington will give you like 10 grand for it. So it won't cover the cost. They'll give you money for it. Okay, tuition at Wazoo is $11,841, and this grant will give you $11,000. Pretty close to the cost of tuition, right? And then you get another $6,000 from the federal government in grant money. So these are grants. The grants, you just fill out the FAFSA, you're automatically considered for them. A grant usually comes from the federal government or the state government. It could even come from your county, or like my homeowners association applied for a environmental friendly grant, and the city of Lacey gave us like $500 to do some improvements and put in some garden beds and things like that in our HOA. So that's money that
I have a question.
Yes.
So does this only happen once a year? Like you only get it once out of the 4 years of college you're going to?
Nope. You fill out the FAFSA every single year you're in college, and you will get awarded money. Now, it does run out. So I think they maybe only will give it to you for 4 years or 6 years. They won't give it to you forever. So you want to get your degree done. But they'll pay it for at least 4 years. You can get this. It might be 5 years. So you want to make sure you're taking your classes quickly. Does that make sense? Like there's some people who are like, oh, I'm just going to take like one class a quarter at the community college. And then they find out that they used up all their financial aid. They didn't spend too much money. They just took too long taking classes. So that's just something to be aware about. We've talked about that. We've had people come in and talk about that. So this is how much they're going to award you. Well, how much do you qualify for, right? So say you have a family of 4, and say your family of 4 makes under $56,000 a year. You will, that's under 55% of the median family income. So you're going to get 100% funding. You're going to UW or Wazoo, you're going to get this $11,009 is what you're going to get. So close to the cost of tuition. Let's say you actually are from a family who makes like $70,000 a year. Okay. You're up here. So you're only at 70%. So they'll get you half. So instead of getting $11,000.09, you're going to get $4,504.50, right? Grant money. So they cover a little bit less than half your tuition, which is still some money. And then maybe you'll get like half a Pell Grant. So that's $3,000. So Miguel, family of 5 who makes 60, you would, that family is right here. So 60,000, you would get full cost of tuition. And these numbers will go up each year a little bit. So it does change and stuff. And it could be like this money is like after taxed money and stuff like that. So maybe there's things your family can claim on their taxes that makes that income come down. So that same family of 5 who makes 75, well, you're going to be under this amount right here. So you're in this 60%. 60% is 70% of the award. So, you know, if you're kind of in that range there, you guys will get 70% of 11,000. Who can do math really good in their head? What's 70% of 7,000 or 11,000?
$2,000.
So like 7,000. Yeah, Madison's right. 7,700. Thereabouts. That's what that family of 5 who's earning 70,000 a year. And again, they're with the FAFSA and everything, we'll fill it out together. There might be like taxes and things like that you guys can claim. So maybe it's less than what you think it would be. But so does that answer any questions you guys have about grants? Do you have any other questions about grants or money that you can expect to automatically get just based off your income level? A grant is not better than a scholarship. A grant is awarded by an agency, and it can be, and in the case of financial aid and the scholarship or the grants we're particularly looking at, they're automatic. So it's not that they're better, it's that you don't have to really apply for them except for by filling out the FAFSA. You'll be automatically considered. And if your family's in the right income range, you'll be automatically awarded that money. Scholarships you have to apply to. We're going to talk about scholarships next. But do you guys have any other questions for me about these grants? The Pell Grant, the Washington College Grant, anything like that? All right, so scholarships. Krillin says scholarships are funded by foundations or people. And that's a pretty good short answer. Can anyone think about Okay, I'll say this. There's 3 main funders of scholarships. Can anyone guess what those might be? Krillin got it with foundations and people. That's 1. Schools, yes. Every college that I'm aware of gives out scholarships. Lots of them. Okay, so there's schools, there's foundations, and then can anyone think of another one that might give out money? The government gives you grants usually. There are some scholarships. Yeah, we'll talk about the government ones too. I guess there's 4 then. There's 1 more. I guess it kind of leans into foundations. Corporations. Corporations often have a giving arm to them. So they like to give out money too. All right, let's talk about schools first. So when you know what school you're applying for, you can usually apply for scholarships there at the same time. Do any of the success coaches want to talk about any scholarships that they've been awarded? Or Caroline, do you have any scholarships that you were ever awarded?
In high school, I got awarded the Rochester Association scholarship for $2,500. And I'm pretty sure the reason why I got that scholarship is because I had over 465 hours of community service. So community service is a big, big plus when applying for scholarships. And then I got another scholarship at Evergreen. That one scholarship where you only need to submit like 1 essay and then you get put into various scholarships. I can't remember what that one was called. I got a 3,000 scholarship out of that, I believe. So that was nice.
Yeah. And we have a video on our YouTube channel done by Brian. He is a friend of our program. He is also a partner of Riva, the father of Riva's child and her partner. I don't know what labels they're using, but all I know is that Brian's awesome. Brian is an Evergreen alum, and Brian got thousands and thousands. He basically funded his entire education from scholarships and grants, and he got most of the scholarships directly from the Evergreen State College. At Evergreen, you apply for 1 scholar. It's pretty much you write 1 essay and apply for a bunch of scholarships with that. Some schools you apply each one individually. Some schools they just automatically consider you for your scholarships. When you go through admissions, admissions has a pot of money themselves. That's scholarship money, but it's also like, guys, I bet none of you have bought a new car, but like you go in like, okay, you go in to buy a new cell phone, right? And you're like, I'm coming in and I'm going to get the Samsung Galaxy whatever. All right. And you got it all written down. You know how much it should cost. Then you roll on in. They're like, hey, you know, if you actually buy this and then do this plan and then do this thing, we're going to give you 2 phones and it will cost you the same amount. Trust us. We'll just fill out this paperwork. Right. It's kind of what it, because they're trying to get you into like a more plan, right? Like adding extra phone lines or signing a contract or whatever. It's kind of what admissions has. They have a whole bunch of money and they're like, well, you've got a good GPA. I bet you that not just Evergreen, but Central and Eastern and PLU have all accepted you too, right? That you look like a kid who's gotten accepted to these schools. And I want you to join my school. I want you to come to Evergreen. So guess what? I'm going to give you $2,000 scholarship money, free money, just for attending the Evergreen State College. This is usually just your first year that you sign up, just for freshmen. It's just to get you to come to the school. Or St. Martin's will send you a lovely letter that says that you've been accepted for the President's Scholarship, and they'll give you $60,000 spread out over 4 years. And the cost of that school is over $60,000 a year. So read the fine print. But it's very exciting, and that's an admissions scholarship. They want you to attend their school. They want you to pick them over somebody else, so they're going to give you some money. Does that make sense? Cool. Okay, So then there's the admission scholarship money, and then there's the other scholarship money, and they'll award you other money. You know, you apply for a specific scholarship. Maybe you get a sports scholarship, partial or full. Maybe you get a scholarship for, like Caroline was talking about. She wrote an essay and she got considered and she got awarded $3,000. That's a lot of money when the cost of tuition is only $7,000 at Evergreen. $3,000, you know, a lot of money. So that's how the school scholarships work. And you can research each individual school as you get ready to apply for that school, how they do their scholarships. Do we have any questions about that? Cool. So I want to show you guys QuestBridge. I'm going to throw this into the chat so that you guys can make note of it for later. Some of you guys want to go to a very elite college. Great. We are dream builders. Some of you guys are going to be really happy going to a selective college like UW. UW is a very selective school. They take about 50% of the kids who apply there. They take more in-state students than out-of-state students. So you've got a leg up because you're a Washington State student. They consider you more than they consider the students from out of state, which is great. They should. We fund them. They're our state school. They should be educating our residents. But some of you want to go to more elite school. Who's interested in Yale? Who's interested in Stanford? What about Duke? What about Brown? What about Dartmouth? Any of those kind of schools interesting to you guys?
No. No. Oh, oops. No.
Chrissy's just laughing.
No.
So Kira's yes, Krillin's yes. I will talk about this particular scholarship, this program. It's a useful program. I'm going to say if you want to go to an elite school, a lot of them have a lot of funding, but a lot of that funding is only need-based funding. So if you make under a certain amount of money, your family makes under a certain amount of money, tuition, room and board is completely covered at Stanford. I think it's like $60,000 or $65,000. If your family makes under that much money, they'll just give you everything you need. Because everyone who goes to these highly selective colleges has to already be a brilliant, amazing student just to get in. So that's how financial aid kind of works at those schools. Other schools, it's not like that. You know, Harvard definitely gives out scholarships based on merit. So these QuestBridge schools are all elite, very difficult to get into schools. And this is a program that will match students who are from lower income backgrounds to be able to attend these schools. And it will cover things like tuition and fees, room and board, books, travel expenses. Your parents don't have to do anything and you don't have any loans. Okay, you apply as a senior. There is a application that you do. It's due by September 29th. And the students will rank up to 12 of the partner schools for their match. And this is academically outstanding high school seniors from households earning less than $65,000 a year for a typical family of 4. So if you have a family of 5, you know, they can earn a little bit more than that, right? If you've got a family of 7, they can earn more than that. So you can click on these different links if you want to find out more. You can, you know, there's an apply button right here. We kind of know the date. So this is information if you guys are looking at these kinds of schools. Now, I will tell you from my experience in working with students who want to go to elite schools, GPA is very important, okay? You do not have to have a 4.0, but you need to have a high GPA. Think 3.7, sounds really nice. You want at least that 3.7, and you want to have taken rigorous studies. You want some AP classes, some honor classes. You want to see 3 or 4 years of world language. You want to see higher end math. You want to see the physics and the chemistry. And maybe you took AP physics, and maybe you took calculus, and you didn't take AP English, and that's okay. Maybe the math isn't so great, but you did take up to, you know, you took 4 years of math. You didn't just stop at algebra 2, you continued on with math, and you threw in a science in there, but you took your AP classes in the humanities, in English and in US history and so forth. They want to see high grades in those kinds of classes, but they want to see more. And as we go through scholarships, Caroline just told you she had how many hours of community service in there, Caroline?
It was over like 465.
Yeah. They want to see that you've done something. Every school wants to see that you've done something. Some of you guys have more adversity than others, and that sucks, right? Some of you guys maybe have experienced things like homelessness or drug and alcohol abuse in your family or foster care systems or other things that were really traumatic and interfered with you on a drastic level. When I worked for Clover Park, I had kids who had immigrated to the US from different countries in Africa. And the students wrote in their essays. I had one mother tell me, like, we're trying to take the kids swimming. She's like, my child can't swim. There were crocodiles in the water and she has polio, one leg shorter than the other. She's not swimming. I had other kids telling me, no, we had to flee our homes because our neighbors were coming to kill us in our beds with machetes. Okay, they had something to write about. But you don't have to have that to write about. And again, you don't just tell them these bad things happened to me. You got to tell them these bad things happened to me, and then this is what I did. And some of you don't have those bad things that happened to you. That's okay. You need to say what you've done. Hey, I've had this opportunity, and with this opportunity, I helped other people, right? So I've told you some of you guys, keep it in a notebook, Christy. Keep a spreadsheet going. Ask everyone you've done volunteer work for to write you a little letter or to sign off or somehow keep track of that. Keep a binder going of your community service hours. So I've read this thing in one of my, I don't know, self-help books, right? I have a lot of magazines and stuff like that. And it was saying that your purpose is when you take your passion, whatever it is that you're passionate about, and you take your something that's good for the community, something that helps others, something that's of a service, and you combine the two. And where those two intersect, that becomes your purpose. Does that make sense to you guys at all?
Yeah.
So when you're applying to an elite college and when you're applying for these high-end scholarships, they want to see your purpose. They want to see what you've done. They want to see your passion, and they want to see how that passion is used in service to others, as community service, as education, as whatever it is that you want to do. They want to see your purpose. And again, if you have adversity, you can write about that adversity and how it shaped you. But you also want more than that. You want to know what you did. If you just tell me, oh, these are the horrible things that happened to me and look, I survived, I'm like, great. And that will get you some places, but it won't get you to these very elite schools or these very elite scholarships. Caroline just gave you guys some notes about community service and signing in and out there. And a lot of places, when I volunteered at CMAR, there was a computer system. I signed in and out there, and asked for letters of recommendation. Ask the supervisor of the organization where you volunteered at, because they keep a record of it all. And a lot of these nonprofits that you volunteer at, they get grant money. And part of their grant money is showing how many volunteer hours they have. Hey, look, I want you to give me some money. And look, I'm real legit. I have all these volunteers helping me out here. So that shows like they got to keep records of this stuff too. All right. So back to Quest Bridge. Do you guys have any questions about the Quest Bridge and the National College Match Scholarship? Do you have any questions about the kinds of students that these scholarships are looking for and that these kinds of elite schools are looking for? And by the way, I mean, you can go to a public school or Yale and you can end up in the same job. my favorite YouTubers are the Try Guys. They're like old people YouTubers, right? And one of them went to Yale, and others didn't even go to college at all. And some went to public college in Texas, and all different other places. And they all are on the same show, making the same content, same kind of things, living their best versions of their lives, right? Some people's idea of success is owning a house, getting married, having a baby. Some people's idea of success is having lots of friends. Some people's idea of success is traveling the world, right? We all have our different ideas of success, and they're all valid. So there's the QuestBridge information. If you have additional questions, I'd be happy to work individually with you, as would the success coaches and Caroline. Next scholarship I want to show you guys about. This is one of my favorite ones. These are the big scholarships I'm showing you guys right now. So here's the Dell Scholarship. Anyone heard of Dell Computing? Maybe owns a Dell computer? I got a Dell at home. Okay. So that was founded by Michael Dell, and he's married to Susan. And they're not getting a divorce, unlike Bill and Melinda Gates. As far as I'm aware, they're still together. My Chromebook is a Dell. Exactly. So Dell is out there. Dell makes a lot of computers. These people made a lot of money at the very right time in the personal computing market and hardware. And they want to give back. So they have a lovely scholarship. They give out lots of these scholarships. There's an online application. And there's dates, and I'll show you guys some of that stuff here. But so this scholarship is, let me go back one page on this one. Okay. So this is the DellScholars.org scholarship. Put the link in there. You can use this on your slideshow. I don't care. This is a scholarship for people who don't necessarily have that very high GPA. They want to know about who you are. They think that you are more than your GPA. They're interested in your grit, by overcoming personal challenges in their families, school, or communities, overcoming like a learning disability, anything like that. They want to know about your grit. They want to know about your potential by participating in a college readiness program and seeking out academic vigor. Can anyone think of a college access program that is available to all of you guys that you guys are all a part of that will qualify for you for the scholarship Upward Bound? Yes, we are one of those qualifying college access programs. So, kids at Shelton High School who are not part of Upward Bound probably don't have other opportunities for this because we don't have Avid, we don't have Gear Up at Shelton High School. So that weeds a lot of the people who are able to apply for this, and they want ambition. They want to see students who are preparing themselves and preparing for their dream of graduating from college with a degree. Okay, so you don't have to have a 4.0. You need a minimum of a 2.4 GPA. Better GPAs are always great. They want to see that you've been part of a college readiness program between 11th and 12th grade. So that would be Upward Bound, that you're on track to graduate in that current year. Demonstrates financial need. So this is another one that's a financial need. The next one we're going to go over isn't financial need, but this one does. They want to see people who have financial need. And while we all have it, it's harder to prove for some people. Eligible to receive that Pell Grant that we were talking about. So this school, these are the dates on here. They're giving you $20,000 scholarship. Each year, I believe you get $20,000. I don't think it's spread out over 4 years. I think 500 Dell scholars are selected each year and receive a scholarship plus a lot of non-monetary support. All Dell scholars receive a $20,000 scholarship. I'm not sure if that is renewed or if it's just $20,000. Either way, it's a lot of money. Personalized, multifaceted support for financial, academics, and emotional life-changing. So you get like a counselor. No, scholarship is not a loan. You do not have to pay it back. It is free money that you are awarded. because somebody thinks you're awesome. I think you're awesome. A laptop with a 4-year warranty, some Chegg credits to get textbooks. I've never heard of Chegg before. Resources and teletherapy, personal counseling, okay? So these guys are going after that holistic approach. They're going to give you some money, but they're going to give you some other stuff too. All right. So, and the cool thing about this one is it's not open yet, but they have, oh, okay. Well, Tabitha's used it and it's a good resource. Okay, cool. Thank you, Tabitha. So Tabitha's used Craig and it's a great resource for renting textbooks on the cheap. Thank you. That's a new resource for us to know. So there is a whole sample application. So you guys can read through this, especially you guys who are maybe rising seniors. And Chrissy, use it towards your education, right? If you've already got a Pell Grant and a Washington Grant is covering the cost of tuition, and you need money for food, or you need money for your car, or you need money for whatever, that's what this money goes towards. So you can read through this and see exactly the kind of stuff they're going to want from you. You can gather all this. You can start preparing your application now instead of waiting until it opens. Do we have any questions about the Dell Scholarship? If you do, they also have an FAQ down here, going over all those kinds of stuff. And I highly suggest you guys check them out. All right, Coca-Cola, big old Coca-Cola. So they have, Coke has a foundation, but they're all foundations, right? But this is the giving arm of a massive conglomeration. I'm not saying that word right. Anyways, massive company, they have a giving arm, just like most of them do. Okay. The Coca-Cola Scholarship, it's an achievement-based scholarship awarded to graduating seniors. There's no income verification in this one. Lynn, you asked about therapy. Yeah, you would just, you could keep on with your same therapist or something. I'm sure you can figure that out. Not everyone has to use a therapy. Or maybe your therapist can get paid through that too, right? So they select 150 scholarships each year. A lot of people apply for this scholarship, this $20,000 scholarship. It will open again August 1st. Eligibility requirements: current high school student attending in the U.S. and will graduate in the 2021. So this will be 22, 20, or 21, 22. So whatever year, you got to be a senior. A U.S. citizen, national, permanent resident, refugee, asylum seeking. So there's all of these ones here that you can read over that. And then we'll receive a high school diploma. And plans on pursuing a degree accredited U.S. post-secondary education. And you can't be really affiliated with the with Coke, or your family can't be a part of Coke. You can't be an international student. You cannot already graduate high school, and you cannot be a temporary resident. So that's the requirements for getting in this one. So this one has really broad open ones, right? Dell, you need to be part of a college preparation program like Upward Bound or Gear Up or Avid or something. You have to be Pell Grant eligible, all these kind of things that kind of limit the people that can apply for it. Coke, anyone can apply for it, which makes it more competitive, right? I think I read somewhere that only 1/6% of the people who applied for it received it. Like they get over like 100,000 applicants and they give out 150, right? But you can still get it. It's not saying you can't. Things you can do is like look at the scholarship winners, past winners, and look at what they kind of did. so you can have an understanding of people who qualify for this. So this person, her thing that she's concerned about is the epidemic of missing and murdered Indigenous women, and she has a passion for writing, so she wrote a play, right? She's taking her passion, writing a service. All of these Indigenous women are being murdered. That's not right. And she's crossing them to provide a service to others, right? She's letting people know she's doing education. So they want to see people who are out there doing things. That's what Coke is after. Do you guys have any questions about the Coca-Cola Foundation or their scholarship? Okay. Sure, we'll go over this one. This is one of my favorite scholarships. One of our students last year won this one, Sally Ann. Do you guys know Sally Ann? Pearl?
Yes, Sally Ann's awesome.
Sally Ann is awesome. Sally Ann won this scholarship. And many years they've got lots of money to give away. Last year was really hard because of the pandemic. A lot of the people that were supposed to give them money didn't. So they had less to give out. Guess who still got one? Sally Ann. Great Sally Ann. So happy for her. You have to be a Washington State resident, graduating from a Washington State high school, and you have to be going to a Washington State school, and you have to be going into a STEM field. Okay, so this is the main page for it. It opens December 7th. It closes February 11th. They need your transcripts. You have to do your FAFSA notification. So you can get up to $22,000. This is more than the Coke one. They do something interesting. Your first 2 years of getting the scholarship, you'll get a smaller amount of money. And then once you hit your junior year and declare your major, and you're really going to get that STEM degree that you told me you're going to get back when you were, in high school, and you didn't change your mind and decide to go major in theater, they're going to ratchet up the money. So your last 2 years, you're going to get more money, which is great, because remember that first year of school, well, admissions is throwing money at you and stuff, and there's a lot more money for freshmen than there is for juniors. So it'll make life a little bit easier for you. So there is degrees for people who are interested in getting like a 2-year degree or some kind of job training. They have money for that as well. That's something separate. But if you have family members or friends who are looking at that, there's money for them too. Okay, so you need to be a resident. You need to have financial need. I'll show you this chart. The financial need here is more generous than it is for, say, the Washington State scholarship, college scholarship. This is the Washington State Opportunity Scholarship. And a family of 4 needs to make under $127,000. So, hey, my family would qualify for that scholarship. That's nice, right? So it's more generous in how much money you can go. Instead of being something like $65,000 a year, $127,000. Does that make sense to you guys? Do you understand that? So there's still a financial cap, unlike Coke, where they're like, we don't want to know how much money you make. We're just going to let you apply. This one, there is still an income eligibility, but it's significantly higher than other ones. All right, we're running out of time. So you have to pick your degree off of an eligible list right here. You got to go like more than full time, at least half time. Can't already have a bachelor's degree. There's more details in here. There's also the applicant toolbox that will go over all this stuff in details. I'm going to put both this website right here on the list. You guys can research this more. Do you guys have any questions about this wonderful Washington State Opportunity Scholarship? I feel like there was a scholarship that I forgot that I was going to show you guys. Did the opportunities? Oh, Act 6. Chrissy, can you tell us anything about the Act 6 scholarship?
Kind of. So it's a scholarship that private schools give you. So there's about like 6 private schools in Washington. PLU, St. Martin's, Gonzaga, Whitworth. That's all I can remember. So these scholarships are private. So that's why they only apply to private schools. And also these scholarships came from foundations. And so like Angie told me, she was explaining this to me yesterday, that her scholarship, or where she got her scholarship, was like the YMCA from Spokane. They were the ones funding it. And so yeah, so that's where the money came from. And so that's all I know basically. Oh, but they pay your tuition, and they pay your your boarding slash housing, and your food. So basically, the only thing you're paying for is your living expenses and probably your books. I don't remember what she said about books, but yeah, you're basically just paying for transportation and the money you use to, and that's it. All right, bye.
That's great. Thank you, Chrissy. And so Chrissy knows this because her sister Angie got the scholarship. So these are scholarships you guys can win. By the way, the Coca-Cola one, I wish April was in here. Andrew Lau, who graduated 2 years ago, his aunt got the Coca-Cola one. So like real people do get these scholarships, even the really big ones. Act 6 up really, it's a harder one to get. When I was at Clara Park, I had like 4 or 5 students who got Act 6. So it's a great scholarship if you've got your heart set on one of these private Christian. I know some kids were looking at Northwest University. A lot of you guys look at St. Martin's University, PLU, Gonzaga, Whitworth. So if you've got your heart set on one of these private in-state Christian schools, there is resources available for you. And people from Shelton get these scholarships. It's really exciting because they say urban leaders, and they say you have to be from the greater Tacoma, Seattle area, and like rural Shelton, and Shelton's pretty rural, but hey, they let us get it. Angie got that scholarship, right? We had them come, they gave a presentation to all of our students. Angie came to that presentation, she listened, she talked to people, and she really worked her butt off. She had Caroline reading her essays. She had me reading her essays. She had Reva reading her essays. She had other people reading her essays and her application. Like she really put a lot of work into stuff. And she did not have a 4.0 GPA, but she got a full ride at the school she wanted to go to.
Yeah, and there's this one time where she felt like shit because somebody told her that her essay wasn't good enough, and she felt really down for like a couple days. And then when she got into Gonzaga, she was like, oh wow, like I did it. So like don't let it get personal. Don't let it get personal, because you can still get in. So yeah, that's it.
Was it me? Did I make her feel bad?
No, it was somebody else online. There was like there's somebody on TikTok who reads personal essays and stuff, and they've got a background and stuff, so it's legit. Okay, it's not sketchy, it's legit. And they were saying that they've read like so many essay prompts and stuff like that, and so they were like, if you have um if you have your essays and you want to send them to me and I'll see whatever. Yeah, she got some bad feedback back, but in the end, she still got accepted, and yeah, so don't take it personal. Oh yeah.
So yeah, I mean, that's great. That's actually really good advice, Chrissy. And that mirrors kind of what Shannon was saying about be careful who you tell your dreams to, right? Surround yourself by people who's going to go and be successful. So yeah, there is Caltech. So that's part of your research that you can do, Miguel. I'm gonna let you guys do research in just a minute here. So for this scholarship, you want to, they're looking for students who are leaders. And so I know that Angie wrote about like things that adversity that she overcame, but also she wrote about what she'd done. And I know that she had done this big project where she brought awareness to students who were affected by drug and alcohol abuse, right? So she did a big project around the school. She wrote it up. She sent it to OSHA or whatever, the Future Healthcare Workers group. Anyways, she made big projects. She did something. She had something to show. She had something to talk about, not just about the adversity she overcame, but also what she did, how that adversity inspired her to go out and help others. And that's what all of these schools want to see. This one, they do ask about your financial aid, but they don't make that your defining characteristic. So students, you do not have to be a person of color, and you do not have to be low income to receive this award. They have people from all different kinds of backgrounds. And this is what they're looking for.
And I was ignore my mom in the back, but there was this one time, well, when I was like listening to the interviews with her and all the other people, I heard that there was somebody who had their uncle was like a lawyer, and I also heard somebody that they lived in like Yakima Valley, and so you know their parents were farmers, and I've also heard that there's a I also heard that most of them didn't even want to go to Spokane, and they wanted to stay near like this is off topic, but most of them wanted to go to like stay on the west side and not the east side. So you have to also be careful on what you choose or which school you want to choose. So yeah, that's it. But yeah, different backgrounds, different things. Like,
Thank you for sharing all that, Chrissy. I appreciate that. Because Angie got a lot of scholarships. Sally Ann got a lot of scholarships. Sally Ann was sending me her scholarships to read. Some of the kids who didn't send me anything, and I don't know if they were reaching out to anyone, they just decided to do it all on their own, even though they had great GPAs, maybe didn't get all the things that they wanted. And that maybe came down to they weren't reaching out to help. So reach out, use your resources. We're here for you. We also got students who went to NYU, New York University, and they got full ride scholarship, and they did not have a 4.0. Okay, they wrote good essays. They told a good story. They'd done things when they were younger to have a story to tell, right? You have to have a story to tell. Okay, so Krillin asks, where can I find scholarships? I want to get working. Where are these scholarships at, Elizabeth? Great. Well, there's a few resources for you guys. This is Scholarly. It is an app. I have not used it, but I have read quite a few different articles about it from a variety of sources, and it's highly recommended. It's a free app to help you find scholarships, okay? You create a profile, you get matched with scholarships, you apply to new scholarships every month. So myscholarly.com, and you guys can, like I said, it's an app, so you can do this on your phone. Another scholarship I want to show you guys is washboard.org. The washboard.org. So this is a clearinghouse or collection of scholarships for Washington State. There will be some national scholarships in here, but it's focused on Washington State. You will create a scholarship profile, and it will link you to scholarships. Let's see, will I? Still worked, yay. So I created a profile to kind of see what's here. I made up stuff because I'm not actually searching for scholarships, but you fill in, you put in your information. The more information you put in, the better off it will be. You may not know what your FAFSA contribution is going to be, but you can kind of put in some guesstimations, like what your family size is, what your income is, that kind of stuff. What county you live in is important because there are scholarships specific to Washington State. So you make this, you can put more information in here if you want to, less information. And then you can go up to here to my matches. And I don't have any matches right now. Let's see, active scholarships. So these are all different kinds of active scholarships. If it has this symbol right here, I know that it's a local scholarship. This one's being done by Peninsula College. So I can tell already that that's going to be a scholarship that unless I'm going to go to Peninsula College, it's not going to be a scholarship for me. San Juan Island Community Foundation. Let's look this one up. So it tells me the description of what the scholarship is. Eligibility, you have to be a San Juan Island resident. Okay, that's not me. Skip that one. This is a Peninsula College. This is a Mason Lodge. Let's see, will I qualify for this one? Gotta be a high school senior, undergrad. Oh, nope, only these high schools get it. Sucks, not for me. So that's how you can kind of go through these and start to look at different scholarships that you could possibly qualify for. So this one here, seniors, college freshmen, you need to be a female for this one. Single parent, they kind of prefer people who are single parents. I get that. And so you fill out this one. Maybe this one's something you qualify for. And again, a lot of you guys, Lynn, you are a very young person. So a lot of these scholarships you're not going to qualify for. But do your research now. And then when you are a senior, you've already had like a whole thing that you can go through and go like, hey, scholarship, and start looking them up. You've already done some research. You can like, okay, I'm going to start applying for scholarships now. And you've already got like some stuff prepped, right? So it's not all senior year when you're taking calculus and physics and civics and everything at once and applying to colleges. And you're like, what? I at least have my research done, right? So you're not like just bombarding yourself with stuff. So this is one of the clearinghouses you can do. You can look up organizations. So that maybe relate to something that you are interested in. Oh, it's 2 A's, 1 D. Okay. So, and see, well, okay. So here's GLAD. GLAD is an organization for LGBTQ people, right? And I'm going to see if they have any scholarships. They might give away some money. Story, accountability. Let's just go here and type in. No. But some organizations do. Some organizations will, like professional organizations, like realtors, they give out scholarships. My dad is this is a great one to search through. My dad was a carpenter in the carpenters local union, and the union gave out scholarships every year. My sister got one. I didn't apply. You know why? Because I didn't know about it, because he didn't know about it, because I was the first in my family to go to college and there was nobody helping me. So my sister got to reap a lot of benefits that I didn't get because I didn't know all these things that she knew. Like she learned from my mistakes, right? She also got scholarships for doing FAFSA, or not FAFSA, FFA. She was big in the FFA and she went to competitions, and then she got like awarded scholarships to specific colleges like PLU and stuff that she could use later on. So they saved it for her. She won those when she was younger. So different kinds of clubs that you're a part of. Yes, I'm going to get to that one, Chrissy. That is definitely one to go for. So you can do a Google search. You could do scholarships for LGBTQ. And you can find whole lists of scholarships. So, you know, what I tend to do is when I get these clearinghouses, these .coms and stuff like that, I kind of just search for the scholarship. I'll click on the link maybe, but I'll just do like a kind of Google search for that particular scholarship to find out more information, because some of the stuff on these clearinghouses is outdated. Some of them want to collect your info. Some of them are more contesties, like what's your favorite pizza? And we're going to pick somebody, right? Or no essays required. It's kind of like a drawing, a contest, and they get your information from you. So they're not scams per se, but I wouldn't qualify those as the same calling of scholarships as like the ACSIC scholarship. Does that make sense? Like the less work you do, got to figure out, if they don't care about my grades and they don't care about my essay and they don't care about what I've done, then why do they want my money? Or why do they want me to apply? Why are they going to give me money? And then it feels kind of like when you go to the fair and there's like that big pot of money and they're like, hey, fill out this entry tank and you could win this money. It's because they want your info, right? Do you get what I'm saying? So it's just things to be considered of. They're still going to give out that money, but what are they going to do with your info? So that's the caveat when you're doing your scholarship searches. So we talked about some clearinghouses. There's also like Fast Web. Again, this is a .com. So the washboard.org, that's a nonprofit, right? This is a .com. This is a commercial thing, but it's still useful. You can definitely do it. There's lots of scholarships available. So, and this is like a bigger clearinghouse. Okay, the last place I'm going to show you is what Chrissy said. It's your high school. And this is a fantastic resource. Jill in the Career Center spends a significant amount of time researching scholarships for you guys. She does a lot of the legwork for you. And you should take advantage of it because students are winning these scholarships. So here are some that are coming up soon. This one closes on the, closed already. So let's go down here. Stuck at prom. Oh, this is a cute one. This is a cute one. This is from Duct Tape. And if you create a prom dress or a tux out of duct tape, you can win $10,000. And so it's not quite a contesty one, but they're not caring about your grades and stuff so much. They want to see you do that. So Flavor of the Month Scholarship. This is the one I was talking about. Unigo. Unigo is legitimate. Oh, why will you not redirect there? Oh no, that's being weird to me. But probably the reason it's not redirecting is my husband's a network guy and he has a lot of stuff shut down on my computer. They don't have ability to reach. So Unigo is a clearinghouse. They have things like what's your favorite ice cream? That's more of a contest than anything else, right? Like a drawing. Let's go. Thanks, Miguel. You're done looking at these things, Miguel? So I don't even mean by let's go. Thanks. Anyways, here's the link to Shelton website. Lots of different opportunities out there. She's got a link to a bunch of different scholarship clearinghouses. and big scholarships. We didn't even go over the Gates Millennial Foundation one. There's a lot out there. Do you guys have any questions?
No, but I have a comment.
Yes.
There's one, I don't remember how it works, but in Key Club, they have this one, scholarship which you can apply for, but it has a requirement. You have to at least have like 1 year, or you have to at least be in Hood Canal for 1 year. So like if you were at Hood Canal and you went there and you went to that school and then you transferred over to the high school, you can apply for that scholarship and get up to $1,000, I think. I forgot, but yeah, that's one that I know of.
Then, you can Google Hood Canal.
It's called like Rotary something, or like Key Club Scholarship, something around that.
The Hood Canal Masonic community.
I forgot. It was like something, it had like Key Club Rotary, something like that, because you have to be in the club too.
So there's a Hood Canal Quanah Scholarship, who
Yeah,
has been a
something around
resident of the Hood Canal community. So this is just download right off the website. I'll put the link up there. But it closed this year already, but you can record it and apply for it for next year. Right? So
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, scholarship. And then I'm gonna let you guys get to work. If you guys would like 6, Carolyn, I want 6 scholarships. And you have until next Thursday to get this done. So you have some time. And the more information, Canvas has exactly what I want to see on it. But the more information you put on there for yourself, the better it will be for you later on, right? I think Caroline will take the rising seniors into a breakout room and work with you guys directly. Rising seniors, I'd like you guys to find one scholarship that you're actually going to apply for. Apply for a scholarship, guys. Just apply for one. What does it hurt, right? So I'll pull this up, share my screen. If anyone would like individual help, you can message me. We could talk out loud here for the whole group, whatever. If there's a specific school you want to look at and what their scholarship process is like, let me know. We can do it. Yeah, I'd like you guys to apply for at least one scholarship and give me like a screenshot of it. That could be your last one. And that could be just like the ice cream one, right? It could be something super simple, but just apply for somebody. Apply for a scholarship. It's not hard. There's lots of easy ones.
I'm here too if anyone needs any help. You can private message me or we can go into a breakout room. I've applied to scholarships and gotten multiple scholarships to help me through my undergraduate without debt, so I'd be happy to help.
I didn't realize I was still on my share screen. scholarship search. Does anyone want to share anything about their scholarship search? Did anyone find a really cool scholarship they'd like to tell us about? Or is anyone frustrated with this and like scholarships suck? Okay, no feedback. All right. So I'm going to share my screen again really fast. What we're going to do next is move into our peer review of the final project. So we went over the final project. Can someone tell me what the final project is? Final project. Anyone want to tell me what the final project is? A story of themselves. Yeah, thank you, Miguel. Yes, that's a very concise way of saying what we want. So it's a story of themselves. I hope that you all have a draft of some sort. This can, like I said, this can be an essay. This could be this can be an essay. This can be whatever you guys need it to be. But it can be a poster. It can be a blog post. It can be, there's a lot of stuff that this can be, right? Can you guys tell me in the chat what media you're using for your project? And this can also be in our attendance. So Lily's an essay. People are, Krillin wants to do a poster board. Okay, cool. Krillin, do you need a poster board? Lynn says probably essay. I hope Lynn has something already down. Essay. Okay, we can get that for you. All right. I don't think I want to do an essay. Okay. What do you want to do, Kira? Maybe a poster board, maybe. Okay. So does anyone not have something, a draft to show their peer? Isaac doesn't? Okay. Who else? All right. What are we doing, Chrissy? Well, we're supposed to be going over our peer review of each other's papers. So does anyone... Okay. Does anyone have something that they're ready to get reviewed by their peer? A draft? Isaac wants to do a poster board. Lily has a draft. Great. Good job, Lily. Corbin has an outline. Corbin, is your outline ready to get reviewed? Like, do you have stuff in there, or is it just kind of like an outline? So I have Lily down. Is there anyone who's got something for Lily to review? All right. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're going to break up into a couple groups. There's a couple success coaches who need to get into a group. I'm gonna let Caroline get into a group with the rising seniors and to work with you guys. And the rest of it are going to stay in here, and hopefully you'll get something ready to review. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just trying to think because it sounds like Lily's pretty much the only one who has something in a real rough draft. Hey, can you stop that, please? The kids just banging around in my house when I'm trying to talk to y'all. Dying kids. Okay. I need some feedback from you guys on where you're all at and what you want to do. So we shared this. A lot of you already followed the Google link to this. So this is review is really important, and review is something I was really hoping we get to work on today. What you would do is you would switch papers with somebody, and you guys would switch papers with them, and you would read over their statement, their draft. And they would go and they would read your first paragraph and find your thesis statement, have a clear picture of where there's, and then comments. Does it include a preview of the points the paper will use to support the thesis statement? Underline the topic sentence for each paragraph. Do they clearly link back to the statement of the first paragraph? And you can follow the same thing for poster board too. It won't be necessarily these, but you'll still have a thesis on your poster board. You still will have little paragraphs broken up. It won't be an essay format, but you still have these different things where you're supporting back, where you're telling this story about your character and what you've done with yourself. So as a statement in the prompt. Oh, thesis statement. Thesis statement is what your yeah, it's a statement to the prompt. So yeah, if I was trying to tell you like who I was and I was writing a story, I was telling you a story to kind of let you know my character and what kind of actions I put forth. I could write something like, I am a so my thesis statement could be that I am a caring and empathetic person who strives to help others and use my experiences to better the lives of those around me. That could be my thesis statement. And then I would go forward and tell you stories about how I've been kind and empathetic and how I've gone through things, and then what I've done to help prevent or leave people who are going through those same things. So my story would relate back to you. Your thesis is a one sentence outlining what I'm going to talk to you about. It could be something like proving a point, if this was a persuasive essay or something, but this is an essay about you. This is a story almost about you. So it's like a one sentence summary of who you are. Does that make sense? Are we following along on that? So I have two options and I'd like you guys' feedback. I think that peer review is really important, but it sounds like you guys aren't where I want you to be at, where you want to be at, and you need some time to work on this. And we work on this together. We can work on this in groups. You can work on this as peers, where you kind of can talk to each other and spitball ideas and get work back. For this assignment, do we want to keep this assignment? And I'll make sure that the template is available on Canvas. So the assignment here is the peer review of each other's work. I've shared you the link and I'll put the link into Canvas. So this rubric that we're using, and then you guys would use your own time to finish it. And it's not due until the 16th. It's actually due tomorrow. I could extend the deadline to maybe Monday and give you guys the weekend to work on it. You could even print something out tonight and bring it on the bus, and you guys could do this on paper. I could print these out. You could email me something I could print here at home, and you guys could work on this on the bus. The other option is that I could scratch this assignment. And then the money that we get from this assignment, I would just distribute out to other assignments. So what do you guys want to do? Do you want to keep trying this? Do you want me to extend the deadline till Monday and let you guys group up and talk to some peers, assign you to your people who will review your stuff, and you guys could talk in small rooms? Or do you guys, and you know, we can print stuff, we can work on the bus and get this all done? Or do you guys want to not have a peer review and have other assignments worth more money? Okay, so Krillin's saying that he'd like to do the first option, give you more time. Corbin's saying that he wants the second option. Okay. I'm seeing enough people who see the value in a peer review that we're going to go ahead and do the peer review. And so I will extend the deadline till Monday at 11:59 p.m. Okay, guys? I'm sorry I'm taking so long to get these breakout rooms going. All right. I've created 6 rooms, guys. I'm going to open all the rooms. I'd like you guys to go into a room. You can pick what room you want to. One room is labeled staff. That is for staff. Don't go in there. That's for staff who need to work together. I will pop around. Caroline will pop around. Garrett, if you're not with the staff, you can pop around. Otherwise, you can go with the staff to work with you guys and help you. And I'm going to let you guys pick what room you want to go into. Okay? Do you guys have any questions for you before I open up this breakout rooms? Do you guys know what you're supposed to do right now? Okay, so go in the breakout rooms. You can talk to each other. These are the people that are going to review your stuff. Share what you already have if you have anything. Caroline, do you want me to make room for the rising seniors? Okay. Okay, there's a room for the rising seniors. So go in that one if you're a rising senior. Otherwise, just pick one of the other rooms. You can like use the chat to tell each other what room you're going into. I don't care. But you don't want to have a room with just one person. Kaden, do you know what we're doing? Are you joining us for the first time today? Okay. Kaden, can you remind me what grade you're in? Or what grade you'll be in September 12th? Okay. So Kaden, you should see a breakout room. If you don't, let me know. We can help you with that. There's a breakout room called Rising Seniors, and I'd like you to join that breakout room. And Caroline's in there, and she'll explain to you what we're working on. Okay?
I can't locate the breakout rooms.
It doesn't say at the bottom of your screen breakout rooms or like 3 dots or whatever.
No, it doesn't. It's the weirdest thing. I don't know what is going on.
All right, I will assign you.
Okay.
Okay. Kira, Madison, Manuela, and Eli, do you guys want to join a breakout room? Breakout room number 1 has nobody in it. Breakout room 2 has just Natalie. Breakout room 3 only has Lily. So join room 1 or 2, guys. Go keep Lily company. You'll keep Natalie company.
I guess room 1.
Go for it. Oh, I guess there's no one in room 1 right now. Madison, Manuela, Eli, go into room 3. 2 or 3. Or I can assign you if that's easier.
Okay, I think I'm gonna move around.
Do you need to do any planning with the other group, or do you want to just jump into some of the breakout rooms and check on them?
I shouldn't have to do any planning. We did our planning yesterday for today. And next week I'm on my lonesome, so I think we should be good.
Okay, cool. All right. So why don't you hop into room 4?
All right.
And then I'll jump between the other 2 rooms, okay?
All right.
Okay.
Couple different things we're going to do. We are going to do learn about imposter syndrome. And we are also going to talk a little bit about identity and LGBTQ. So we're going to get a little bit more information on that as well. But first, I want to let you guys know next Thursday for the workshop, we're going to have a student panel. So we're going to have a panel of people who are current students or recent graduates from different colleges. And you'll have the chance to ask them different questions. They'll tell you a little bit about themselves and what they studied. So I created a Google Doc so that you guys can put your questions in there and start brainstorming different questions that you guys have for them and different questions that you would want to ask someone and how their college experience was, scholarships, really anything that you want. So I want to put that link in the chat. And you guys should be able to open that link and you should be able to edit the document. So everyone copy and paste that link. Make sure you have access to that and start adding your questions to it so that we can have a nice set of questions in line and already thought about for when our speakers get here next Thursday. Does anyone have any questions or any thoughts about that?
I clicked on the link and it says I need to request edit access.
Oh my gosh, I thought I changed that. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Here we go. I thought I had it all together. Okay, try this one.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, I'll give you guys a couple of minutes or a minute or two to get that link. And then we'll get started with our workshop for today. And then at the end of class today, we're going to end a few minutes early so that we can discuss details for the field trip. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen and we're going to get started with imposter syndrome. So we'll watch a video to kind of figure out what imposter syndrome is, and then we'll have a little discussion afterwards about what it is and maybe some different tips and ways that we can combat imposter syndrome. And me and Garrett will share our experience with imposter syndrome, and if Gerardo or Elizabeth or Caroline have anything that they want to share, that'd be great too. And if you guys have anything that you want to share too.
You are randomly assigned at birth.
Can everyone hear this?
Shouldn't determine how well you are cared for.
Even after writing 11 books and winning several prestigious awards, Maya Angelou couldn't escape the nagging doubt that she hadn't really earned her accomplishments. Albert Einstein experienced something similar. He described himself as an involuntary swindler whose work didn't deserve as much attention as it had received. Accomplishments at the level of Angelou's or Einstein's are rare, but their feeling of fraudulence is extremely common. Why can't so many of us shake feelings that we haven't earned our accomplishments, or that our ideas and skills aren't worthy of others' attention? Psychologist Pauline Rose Clance was the first to study this unwarranted sense of insecurity. In her work as a therapist, she noticed many of her undergraduate patients shared a concern. Though they had high grades, they didn't believe they deserved their spots at the university. Some even believed their acceptance had been an admissions error. While Clance knew these fears were unfounded, she could also remember feeling the exact same way in graduate school. She and her patients experienced something that goes by a number of names: imposter phenomenon, imposter experience, and imposter syndrome. Together with colleague Suzanne Imes, Clance first studied imposterism in female college students and faculty. Their work established pervasive feelings of fraudulence in this group. Since that first study, the same thing has been established across gender, race, age, and a huge range of occupations, though it may be more prevalent and disproportionately affect the experiences of underrepresented or disadvantaged groups. To call it a syndrome is to downplay how universal it is. It's not a disease or an abnormality, and it isn't necessarily tied to depression, anxiety, or self-esteem. Where do these feelings of fraudulence come from? People who are highly skilled or accomplished tend to think others are just as skilled. This can spiral into feelings that they don't deserve accolades and opportunities over other people. And as Angelou and Einstein experienced, there's often no threshold of accomplishment that puts these feelings to rest. Feelings of imposterism aren't restricted to highly skilled individuals either. Everyone is susceptible to a phenomenon known as pluralistic ignorance, where we each doubt ourselves privately, but believe we're alone in thinking that way because no one else voices their doubts. Since it's tough to really know how hard our peers work, how difficult they find certain tasks, or how much they doubt themselves, there's no easy way to dismiss feelings that we're less capable than the people around us. Intense feelings of imposterism can prevent people from sharing their great ideas or applying for jobs and programs where they'd excel. At least so far, the most surefire way to combat imposter syndrome is to talk about it. Many people suffering from imposter syndrome are afraid that if they ask about their performance, their fears will be confirmed. And even when they receive positive feedback, it often fails to ease feelings of fraudulence. But on the other hand, hearing that an advisor or mentor has experienced feelings of imposterism can help relieve those feelings. The same goes for peers. Even simply finding out there's a term for these feelings can be an incredible relief. Once you're aware of the phenomenon, you can combat your own imposter syndrome by collecting and revisiting positive feedback. One scientist who kept blaming herself for problems in her lab started to document the causes every time something went wrong. Eventually, she realized most of the problems came from equipment failure and came to recognize her own competence. We may never be able to banish these feelings entirely, but we can have open conversations about academic or professional challenges. With increasing awareness of how common these experiences are, perhaps we can feel freer to be frank about our feelings and build confidence in some simple truths. You have talent, you are capable, and you belong. Everyone can use a little extra kick of confidence sometimes. Find out some tips and tricks for boosting yours with this video.
Okay, before we watch another video, we just want to talk a little bit about our experiences, maybe things that you gained from that video. Have you guys thought about imposterism or imposter syndrome before, or is this something new to you? I guess we can talk. Okay, here we go. Kira's heard of it. It's new for Juana. Heard about it, but didn't know what it was. Definitely heard about it. Yeah, I personally have struggled with imposterism, most definitely. I'm a first generation college student and non-traditional, and navigating through college has been tough for me. And sometimes when basically every time I'm receiving an evaluation from a faculty, because at Evergreen we get written evaluations, it's not letter grades. Some of the things that they write about me, I'm like, oh gosh, I feel like I could have done way better in this class. I didn't do as well as I could have. I tend to be in the category of like overachieving, and that is tied to my self-worth, and I'm like, gosh, am I even meant to be having this? I don't deserve this evaluation. I don't really think that I did that well. And did I really try my hardest? Always second guessing myself. Do I deserve this job position? So many different things. And I feel like it's really important to have that awareness and to step into those uncomfortable situations where you feel like, oh gosh, I don't think I belong here. But in reality, we all belong there, and we all deserve to have the same opportunities. And there are resources out there for everyone. And I think that something that I like to do is when I'm thinking something about someone that's positive, or I admire someone, I like to let them know, because when other people tell me that, it really makes me feel good. I'm like, oh gosh, maybe I am doing good. I'm always in the back of my mind questioning, am I doing well? Is my performance okay? Am I doing enough? Maybe on days where I didn't sleep well, or and I'm just not feel like I'm not performing well. So that's my experience. Garrett, what would you like to add?
I would add that it's very subtle. It can come out in the smallest of ways, and you might not even recognize it until you hear about it, really. And and for me, in my experience, it's come out in a lot of in my work. Like when I put something in and the teacher comes back and gives me like this really good, a thumbs up, and I'm thinking, oh well, they just like me personally. They just like me as a person. They don't really like my work. They just like me as a person, and that's why they gave me a good grade. And it's really easy to sort of pass it off as just being anxiety, or it's just being stress, but it's really easy to not notice it, but noticing it can be really helpful, and especially talking about it. So I'd really suggest that you give that kind of positivity Tabitha's been talking about, and ask people for the positivity in return. I mean, really go out and get a lot of generate a lot of opinion on what your work is, or whatever it is for you.
Yeah, and like was mentioned in the video, for underrepresented and marginalized populations, this is even bigger, and it can be, my experience is only from one perspective, and I do have a privileged perspective, and so this is different for everybody, and we can all experience this in different types of ways and for different reasons and to different severities, kind of like on a spectrum. And so just realizing that everyone's experience is different, and that things are harder and different lived experiences. Does anyone else, Gerardo or Elizabeth or Caroline, have anything that they want to share, or have you experienced this before?
Yeah, and if you guys think of ways in which you've experienced it, please put that in the chat. Let us know some of the ways that it's affected you.
Yeah.
I think I've told you guys about this, or at least some of you. I graduated with my master's in public administration in 2017. It's usually a 2-year program. It took me the better part of 4 years, a little bit more than 3 years to do it. So when I started taking classes at Evergreen for my MPA without being accepted, I just could just take them because I worked at Evergreen. And so I was a special student. I just registered for the classes last. But to actually get the degree, I had to apply to the program. And I was really afraid to. And I applied to the program. And I'd been out of grad school for a while. And or out of undergrad for a long time. And I was doing admin work. And, you know, so I wasn't sure what was going to happen. I just did the best I could. I had people help me with my essay, read it over, all that stuff. And they accepted me and I was excited. And then the first day in class, they tell us that they only took in half of the people who applied for the program that year. And I felt really confused. Like, why did they accept me? And I remember getting into a seminar classroom, so kind of a smaller group, like 10 students, a smaller group, maybe 20 students, I don't know. And kind of saying something like, I'm really surprised to be here. I kind of feel like maybe it's a mistake. I'm not that good of a writer. And another person's like, I feel exactly the same way. And then another person, and before I knew it, almost the entire room of people who got accepted into this program that only took half of its applicants said the exact same thing. I'm really surprised I'm here. And so I think that it's a really common thing for even people who are established, for even people who've been working for a while, who have more self-confidence, all these things. And it's easy to see also where people bait you down at, where people tell me I'm not a good writer. I'm a good writer. You know, I've got proof. I've got receipts. I'm a good writer, but I get told I'm not a good writer by certain people. I get beaten down by different people that I'm not really good enough for this, or I can't really do this, or I'm just this. And so I think that our life experiences also impact how we view ourselves. So that's what I got to share about it.
Thank you for sharing, Lynn.
Thanks for sharing, Lynn.
Yeah, it makes sense. And when we have big emotions, it's hard to find the words sometimes for how we feel. I think you did a wonderful job.
Yeah, it's really important for us to recognize this, because often we might just, accept things like Elizabeth was saying, like, you're a bad writer, if we can't recognize the fact that we're struggling with this imposter syndrome, and really recognize our own value.
Yeah. Before we move on, does anyone have anything that they'd like to share?
Share something real quick while someone is typing out or thinking of something. I feel like I struggle with imposter syndrome daily. Sometimes in the workplace, even getting this position, sometimes I don't even feel like I'm like worthy enough to be in this position, like capable enough. And I think that's with any other job I've also had. Also, like growing up and English being my second language. Am I saying things right? Are they understanding what I'm saying? Does it make sense? And I think that's been on the daily for me too. Like maybe I don't deserve to be at this position because or at a certain position because what if my English doesn't sound, or like I don't sound professional enough, right? And it's always been a daily struggle for me in that sense. Writing papers, writing essays, I've always like really doubted myself in that aspect. And sorry. And I'd always get really scared to have other people edit my papers. I'd just be like, no, I don't want anyone editing it, and I'm just going to turn it in and whatever. Like if I fail, I fail. If I pass, I pass. And, you know, going to Evergreen, I came to realize it's important to get feedback. It's important that to get critiqued, because in that process you also grow. And I was reading someone's paper the other day, and making mistakes is a step for growth. And so I don't know, I feel like this is on a daily, and I don't know, I've met other people who, you know, English being their second language, they really struggle a lot with this, you know, not feeling like you deserve this to be in a certain place where you're at, or that be academically, professionally, or personally. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Does anyone have anything else? Gerardo, yeah.
I guess for myself, it's more, I guess, my upbringing, because I did drop out of school when I was, I want to say 12 or 13, and then getting back into school and then being able to achieve everything that I've been able to achieve sometimes doesn't feel right, because growing up, I didn't think I was capable of like going to college, doing the jobs that I've done. And for me, it's just like thinking about like my journey. That's what helps me get through a lot of things. Like even similar to Caroline, like I don't even feel like I'm worthy of like being here, being a success coach, because sometimes I don't feel like the way I explain things or present things are enough or good enough. And so, yeah, that's, I guess, the way I take imposter syndrome is, or that's how I deal with it. It's just I like to look back at the journey and also just look at it as there's a reason why I was brought back. I think so. But yeah, that's sort of
definitely
my journey with that. Sorry.
Thank you so much. It's very valuable to hear everyone's unique experience and perspective. Does anyone else have anything they want to share? Okay. If you change your mind, feel free to put it in the chat. You're so sweet, Lynn. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to watch another video, and it's the 3 tips to boost your confidence. Boosting your confidence
students have a saying, the struggle
can be a really great way to combat imposterism or imposter syndrome.
is real. Only another nursing
When faced with a big challenge where potential failure seems to lurk at every corner, maybe you've heard this advice before. Be more confident. And most likely, this is what you think when you hear it. If only it were that simple. But what is confidence? Take the belief that you are valuable, worthwhile, and capable, also known as self-esteem. Add in the optimism that comes when you are certain of your abilities, and then empowered by these, act courageously to face a challenge head on. This is confidence. It turns thoughts into action. So where does confidence even come from? There are several factors that impact confidence. 1, what you're born with, such as your genes, which will impact things like the balance of neurochemicals in your brain. 2, how you're treated. This includes the social pressures of your environment. And 3, the part you have control over, the choices you make, the risks you take, and how you think about and respond to challenges and setbacks. It isn't possible to completely untangle these 3 factors, but the personal choices we make certainly play a major role in confidence development. So, by keeping in mind a few practical tips, we do actually have the power to cultivate our own confidence. Tip 1, a quick fix. There are a few tricks that can give you an immediate confidence boost in the short term. Picture your success when you're beginning a difficult task. Something as simple as listening to music with deep bass. It can promote feelings of power. You can even strike a powerful pose or give yourself a pep talk. Tip 2, believe in your ability to improve. If you're looking for a long-term change, consider the way you think about your abilities and talents. Do you think they are fixed at birth, or that they can be developed, like a muscle? These beliefs matter because they can influence how you act when you're faced with setbacks. If you have a fixed mindset, meaning that you think your talents are locked in place, you might give up, assuming you've discovered something you're not very good at. But if you have a growth mindset and think your abilities can improve, a challenge is an opportunity to learn and grow. Neuroscience supports the growth mindset. The connections in your brain do get stronger and grow with study and practice. It also turns out, on average, people who have a growth mindset are more successful, getting better grades, and doing better in the face of challenges. Tip 3, practice failure. Face it, you're going to fail sometimes. Everyone does. J.K. Rowling was rejected by 12 different publishers before one picked up Harry Potter. The Wright brothers built on history's failed attempts at flight, including some of their own, before designing a successful airplane. Studies show that those who fail regularly and keep trying anyway are better equipped to respond to challenges and setbacks in a constructive way. They learn how to try different strategies, ask others for advice, and persevere. So, think of a challenge you want to take on. Realize it's not going to be easy. Accept that you'll make mistakes, and be kind to yourself when you do. Give yourself a pep talk, stand up, and go for it. The excitement you'll feel knowing that whatever the result, you'll have gained greater knowledge and understanding. This is confidence.
All right. Does anyone have any thoughts or comments? Any tips that they use to build confidence? I love the power pose. Helps me.
I think that it's very much going to depend on the individual, but try some things out. You could try, doing things like there are some sort of things like you can do, like slowing your speech down and trying to think one word after another is something you could do to try and boost your confidence in like your speech. And it's like I said before, it's going to really be different for each person, but try some things out. Try the power pose, try slowing your speech, try whatever works for you. And please do share that in the chat. Let's hear some things that have worked for you before, or at least that you've tried, because even if they haven't worked for you, they might work for someone else. Can be a lot of things, guys. Do you have some
I know
thoughts, Ryan?
oh, sorry. I know some people will like look into the mirror and look at themselves and like say positive things towards themselves, right? Or maybe just taking a breather and thinking about things that you are really good at and reasons as to why you are where you are, it's hard to think positive sometimes or majority of times, but as long as you have like things that work for you, um, that's always a step in the right direction.
Yeah. Saying positive things to yourself, I think, is huge. And something that you could try that I like to do is if you have like whiteboard markers, if you have a mirror or something in your room or around your house, if you can, write something positive on your mirror. So then, even on a day where you're really struggling to say something nice to yourself, you have it right there in front of you and it's just looking back at you. Or sticky notes, or writing in your guys' planners that you have, writing positive affirmations or writing great things about yourself. Isaac,
Or
oh, go ahead.
sorry, even if you use your phone a lot, which a lot of people do, like
Yeah.
they'll leave voice messages or like notifications like, oh, you're gonna have a great day, or there's a lot of things that you can do on your phone that that can just help you stay positive and keep on going. Isaac says, when I'm doing a presentation, I just say to myself, you're just talking to people and then I can do it. Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah. It's a lot of good things. And really, like I said before, try doing what works for you. One thing that I do is that I go back, I look at some of my work and I say, how have I changed? How much have I improved? And it's really funny looking back on your work, 2, 3, 4 years ago, and you're like, wow, that was a lot worse than I am now.
Yeah. Feel loved or else. I love that. Okay, well, thanks everyone for sharing and making this a safe space for everyone. I think Garrett is going to lead us through a quick 5-minute writing prompt. And another thing you can do is having like a gratitude journal or morning pages, writing down just what's on your mind. No worries about, writing complete sentences or how it comes out. Just writing things down if you like journaling or things that you're grateful for. But anyway, go ahead, Garrett.
Yeah, that's similar to what we're going to do now. We're just going to spend some time here, and I'll put it in the chat just so you can see it. We're going to spend 5 minutes here just asking ourselves, what have we accomplished? What are we grateful for?
Yeah.
And if you would share. Sorry, I cannot spell today. All right.
I think also if you go back to your vision boards that you guys created, going back and looking at them and maybe even updating them and adding more things to it and positive words, or having something similar to that, or having, I know some people use whiteboards and they'll write things on it, or on their fridge they'll use a magnet to say have a wonderful day, you got this and stuff like that. So those are other things that you can do as well. I know vision boards, we did them and a lot of you guys did really great on those. So also going back and looking at those things that you want to accomplish or have accomplished, that's always a good way to go about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know we set in our journals, at least when we're doing vision boards, I know we set some goals for ourselves. So we set some pretty good goals. So put them in. Let's see. I know you guys have accomplished some stuff. I've seen it. I've seen the assignments come in, and I've seen them coming in. Received certainly enough emails for them. So go ahead. Awesome. Thank you for sharing, Kira. You direct message me, so I won't say it out loud, but thank you for sharing it with me.
That's awesome, Krillin. It's really, really great attribute to have and to try to cultivate.
Yeah. One thing I'm proud of recently that I accomplished is just graduating. Or if you wanted to go smaller, just some of the workshops I've done with you guys. I think I've done pretty good with that. I like to reflect in the gratitude journaling that I do on the, the positive events that went on. Something as simple, it could be something as simple as a good conversation.
So I think we have time, about 2 more minutes, and then we have to, I would love to spend more time on this, but we have to move on to our last part so that we have time to talk about the field trip at the end of class.
All right. Well,
so if anyone has anything else, feel free to put those in the chat.
Yeah, and as it's coming to it, and even as we go through, I think it should be all right for me to keep putting them in the chat. So
yeah, me too.
So please do. Please.
With that being said, okay, we have a couple more minutes. Yeah, we have a couple more minutes.
Wow, that's wonderful, Lynn. Thank you.
Yeah, seriously. Very proud of everyone for sharing. It's very brave. Wise, wise words. You've seen the light before, so you know you can get back to it. It can be hard sometimes not to get washed in by the darkness and feel like there's no way out. Thanks, Corbin.
You are indeed.
Okay, I'm going to, feel free to keep putting stuff in the chat. I'm going to share my screen now. We're going to move on to, 1 second, a little bit on identity. Okay, we're going to start with this one.
Hi there.
Who, me?
Yeah, you seem like an average guy.
Well,
you guys
I love
hear it?
smoothies and drive a Prius, if that's what you mean.
Exactly. Quick question. Have you ever thought how your life might be different if you were gay?
Not really. I guess it would be a little harder. Wait, was that homophobic? Oh God, I'm really sorry.
This is a safe space, Carl.
My name is Mark.
Whatever. You're right, though. Being gay has its challenges, but it hasn't always been like this.
Like the Greeks?
Absolutely. The earliest evidence of gay relationships is from ancient Greece, although that was mostly about older and younger men. Did you know Socrates was in the closet?
I didn't. I also didn't know they had closets back then. When did all the crazy homophobia start?
Homophobia seemed to start in the church during the High Middle Ages.
Whoa.
And in the Renaissance, it got even worse.
What happened?
Well, if you were outed, let's just say it would have been bad.
Ah!
There were still plenty of brave people who revolted. On August 31st, 1512, a group of young aristocrats living in Florence staged what many consider history's first gay rights demonstration. But that didn't stop homophobia from migrating to colonial America. In 1776, being gay in any of the Puritan colonies was not allowed.
Jeez, So when did things start to change for the better?
It wasn't until the 20th century that we started to see progress. Gay bars were popping up in major cities, but were frequently raided by the police because being gay was still illegal in every state except Illinois.
Go Bears!
Exactly. One of these bars was the popular Stonewall Inn in New York City. On the morning of June 28th, 1969, which also happened to be the day of Judy Garland's funeral, the patrons of the Stonewall Inn decided they weren't going to take it.
Hell yeah.
A black transgender woman named Marsha P. Johnson is credited with leading the uprising that started the modern gay rights movement and putting the T in LGBT. Now, every November, the T's and their supporters recognize Transgender Awareness Week.
This is great. It seems like things were going pretty well.
For a while.
A while? What happened next?
Well, in the early 80s, the world was hit by the AIDS epidemic, and the gay community was hit hardest. AIDS became known as a gay disease. In fact, it was originally called GRID, which means gay-related immune deficiency.
No way.
It's true. Many people think that the government didn't act quickly enough because it was considered a gay disease. So the LGBTQ community had to fight it themselves.
So how did they fight it?
They got organized. Activist groups like ACT UP, the Gay Men's Health Crisis, Lesbian AIDS Project, and the Names Project emerged and refused to be ignored. This newly empowered gay community had one goal.
What was that?
To come out. They thought the problem with homophobia was that people didn't know other people who were gay. And if more people came out, they would be seen for who they are and not just as a stereotype. Convincing people to come out was still a tough task, but things got easier in 1997 when Ellen appeared on the cover of Time magazine and told the world, "Yep, I'm gay." After that, more and more gay people started appearing in TV and movies, helping millions feel more confident to love who they want.
Wow, what a journey. I'm kind of digging myself as a gay person.
Slow down. We're not done just yet.
But we've come so far. Can we just celebrate for a minute?
No time for that, Carl. We still have a lot of laws to change.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Being gay was more accepted, but there were still a lot of rights that gay people didn't have. However, they did have something they didn't have before.
What?
Allies. Yeah, in 2003, Massachusetts became the first state to legalize marriage equality. And 12 years later, it was legal in all 50 states, much in thanks to a majority of Americans who supported it. So as a gay person living in 2019, how would you feel?
Pretty happy I live in the present, grateful for all the heroes who fought before me, and hopeful for the future.
I'm glad, because the fight for equality is still going. It takes a village, and we're going to need your help.
Okay. So we wanted to show that. Wow, really? Yeah, we wanted to share that too. That is just blowing my mind right now. I have a hard time even believing that. That's just insane to me. That two Supreme Court judges want to overturn marriage equality. Wow. People have fought so hard, and that's why with, the incident that we had at the beginning of the program, if you guys remember, we wanted to make sure that we, learn about the history and how hard people have fought and how, these gender identity, sexuality, that should be everyone's right to choose what they want and to feel safe about that. So we want to make sure that we are treating everyone with equality and respect, no matter what their gender identity is, what their sexual orientation is, etc. Does anyone have any thoughts or comments about the video, or does anyone else, success coaches, Elizabeth, Caroline, want to add anything?
I think it was a good video. I think it was nice. I love how it was Ellen tube, and it was like crediting Ellen. I'm like, I mean, sure, but also,
Yeah.
And a lot of times people, when they're doing a very cursory overview of LGBTQ rights, they love to cite the ancient Greeks. There were many ancient people where male and male relations and homosexual relations were legal. It was Athens, not just all of Greece. And there was definitely relations that we would not call cool today. Let's just say that. It wasn't just like, hi, we're two guys living together. No, they had some stuff going on. So I wouldn't necessarily think antiquity was the perfect design for how we want to like call our relations. But in general, I think there was a lot of really good information. Was that news to a lot of you, or was that stuff like, yeah, I know. I feel like Marsha Johnson's getting a lot more acknowledgement in the last 5 or 6 years than she ever has before. And there's definitely people who debate whether she was the first one to throw the first brick or the punch or whatever at Stonewall, but she was a huge leader. We're all Yep, definitely. I want to show you guys a quick comment. Can I show you guys a quick comment? Because if I was thinking about it with what Tabitha was saying. So I'm going to share my screen really fast. This is by a artist called Pet Foolery. He's on Instagram. So the first one, I'm sorry, ma'am, but this is a support group for monsters only. Well, actually, I am a monster. How? Well, see, my mother was a mermaid and my father was a minotaur. Right. And let me guess, you got the human half of both of them. Exactly. Gotcha. Hardy har har. You know, it's insensitive mockery like this that makes us need these places in the first place. Huh? Listen, sir, I'm just here to drop off my brother and I'll be on my way. This guy bugging you, sis? I don't know, I think minotaurs have deep manly voices, right? I don't know. I'll be back to pick you up at 7. Sounds good, thanks. And she's got like a little tail. And I think that that's really important about lots of things. I think that in many groups, there's gatekeeping, right? You don't belong. You're too white to be in this group. I don't care that you're, your dad's black or whatever. You pass, you're too white, whatever. Or calling people names like Oreos or Twinkies. That's horrible. That is a way that we rip people away from their heritage. There's laws. I mean, if you want to go into Native American and blood quorum, I mean, Caroline and I were talking about that at lunch the other day, like ways that we legalize removing people from different groups, removing people from their culture, from their heritage, for whatever group. There's a lot of gatekeeping in the LGBTQ community. Oh, you're just saying that because you want to be special. A friend of mine used to call people bugs, bi until graduation. And so there's a lot of gatekeeping in all kinds of groups, and it's harmful. It's really hurtful. And I do get the point where the people feel like I make this place and then all these other people want to come in and co-opt this place that we created for us. But also there's a lot of people, there are bars in Seattle who have signs that they only want gays and lesbians. Nothing else in the LGBTQ plus exists to them, just gays and lesbians. There's a lot of ways that that's harmful for people, to be told all around that you don't belong. And even if you can pass, even if it's just one little thing, one little tail on a cute girl anyways, that still, she knows it's there. Even if nobody else, even if she hides that, tucks it down, and nobody ever notices her tail, she still knows who and what she is. And to not feel accepted, to not feel in that group can be really painful, to feel like, well, I don't belong here, but I don't belong anywhere. And so I think that it's just wherever we're at, oh, you don't belong in this group because whatever, that hurts and is painful. So that's my 2 cents.
That's awesome, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for contributing.
Yeah, just to add to that though, yeah, that is as someone who is bisexual, that is, yeah, I've experienced that, yeah, a lot, and it's generally why I'm pretty quiet about being bisexual is because you get that a lot. It's like, oh, you're not bisexual, you're probably just gay and you don't know it yet. And yeah, and I mean, even in things like, I grew up with really no gender normative concepts really, or gender roles in my family. So I don't really identify as necessarily masculine or feminine. I don't really like putting a definition on it at all. Me is me.
Thanks for sharing, Garrett. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
Yeah, the last thing I'll say, and this is something personal for me, there's a lot of labeling. It feels like, you know, I've been around for a while, right? I've been doing stuff for a while. I've been knowing people for a while. I've been in groups for a while, and lexicon changes, right? When I was in college, we used certain words to describe ourselves. Our friends used words to describe themselves that we don't use anymore. That's fine. Words change, right? But I feel like there's a lot more definitions than I would have used beforehand, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. And there's a lot of people who take a lot of strength from knowing that there's a word for what I am. That they feel more comfortable, more powerful. Oh, I'm not alone. Look, here's this word. This is what I am. I can list off 4 or 5 labels that describe me, that describe my race, that describe my sexuality, that describe my gender, all that kind of stuff. But that's not everybody. Everyone doesn't feel good about labels. There are people that don't like labeling themselves. And you can be both. You can really respect somebody else's labels, respect their pronouns, respect how they want to present, respect all of that, and not want to share that about yourself. And that's okay. You might not want to label yourself, and that's okay. You might label yourself one thing and it changes in 5 years, in 10 years to something different. And you're like, oh, wait, what just happened? My entire identity was around these labels. And then, wait, these labels don't quite apply anymore. There's something more. They've grown, they've changed. As I've grown, as I've moved, as I've met more people, as I've been experiencing more things, as I know myself better. And that can be painful for some people. And it's okay, right? Especially y'all, you're all very, very young. So if labels make you feel good, use them. If labels don't make you feel good, don't use them. But respect other people's wishes. If somebody doesn't want to be labeled, don't label them. Don't tell them, no, you're this. Just let them be, right? And if your labels do change, if the lexicon changes, and so your labels have to change, or your understanding of self changes, all of that is fine. And it doesn't mean that you've changed in your core person. It just means you have more words to describe more accurately who you are or how you interact with the world. Does that make any sense to you guys at all? Is that helpful? I'll stop rambling. My poor children. Imagine living
I think
with
that was
me
great.
and having me ramble at you constantly. I mean, you'd be like, jeez, Mom, stop.
I don't know. I might want you as a mom growing up. Well, thank you, everyone. I hope that you found this all helpful. And if you have any further questions, please reach out to any of us. And Elizabeth, you're a wonderful mother. I'd be happy to have you. Thank you, everyone.
Although Tabitha, I'm not that old.
I know. You're muted.
I was gonna say, you're gonna try to make me a grandmother here, Tabitha. That's not fair.
Thank you everyone for opening up and for being respectful to each other. I feel like we had a really good session where everyone was very respectful to each other. These were some really sensitive topics. They could be triggering for some people and stir up some different memories or emotions. So be sure to take care of yourself today. You know, practice, we've talked about self-care recently. Practice some of your self-care tools and have a wonderful afternoon and hydrate and eat, y'all. Let's talk about the field trip.
Field trip. Okay. So, Kaden, I think you're the only person here who's not going on the field trip. We miss you and we're sad. Sad face. But see, Lynn's sad face too. We're all sad face, Kaden. For everyone else, can someone tell me what time we're supposed to be meeting the bus? 7:30. Good job, Miguel. Good job, Lily. Where are we meeting the bus?
The high school.
Yes, Shelton High School. You all RSVP'd and said you can meet at the high school. You need to be at the high school. What time should your parents be meeting you at the high school, picking you up from the high school? 6, right. Corbin's got a ride home. Good. 6. Yeah, I have to stay there until your parents pick you up. It's just the rules. I don't want to be there late, so just know until you either get your ride or you're walking home or whatever you're supposed to do. You can ride your bike home. Yeah, Corbin, if that's what's going, you can ride home. You just have to let me know. So when you get off the bus, you have to let me or Caroline know my ride's here or I'm riding home, whatever it is that you're doing. Okay, so we know where we're going to be at. We're going to be doing walking. Not that much walking in all honesty. I mean, but we are. We're going to be on our feet. So is this a good day to wear those brand new sandals you guys just got? No. Yeah, it's a long ride. Yeah, not a good day to wear those brand new shoes. Wear something comfortable, wear good socks, all that stuff. Dress for the weather. It's going to be kind of chill, like low 70s is the high. So dress in layers, right? Bring your little sweater, your little hoodie, your little cardigan, pull it off, wrap it around your waist, whatever. Especially new shoes. Miguel is going to bring some snacks. Good job, Miguel. We will have an AM and PM snack. I'm going to give you all an envelope with money in it. That's going to have $17 in it. That's your lunch money. So after we're going to drive, we're going to get down to OMSI, the Oregon Museum of Science and Institute, I think it's called. We're going to see the planetarium show. Then we're going to see the Dinosaurs Revealed exhibit, their brand new exhibit. We'll have a little bit of time to walk around. 12:15, we'll get back on our bus, go over to the Old Town region of Portland. Get dropped off by Powell's. That's where like Voodoo Donuts is. There's food trucks there. There's restaurants. You'll be broken into small groups. We'll assign you to a small group. Bring your chargers. You guys in your small group get to choose where you eat lunch at. Yep, maybe your essays for peer review. Bring something to do on the bus. That's very good. Donuts. Yeah. So you got to choose how to spend your money. So it's money management right there. Talk to your success coaches. Of course, you can bring your sketchbook and you can leave stuff on the bus too. The bus will be locked. The bus driver will be around, so you'll be safe there. Yeah, it's one bus, so we can leave our things on there. Bring a pillow if you want to. I don't care. If you get sick, yes, you're each getting $17. I wouldn't bring too many valuables because you don't want anything to get stolen. There's always a possibility of that, but yeah. So if you tend to get car sick, you can let us know and we can let you ride in the front of the bus, or you can look out the window, whatever it is that helps you. If you need any support, let us know. If you need special seating or the windows down, let us know. Bring your masks. We have to wear those all the time. You guys, after lunch, will walk with your small group about half a mile south of the area we're at in Old Town to the campus of Portland State University. You will be given a scavenger hunt sheet. And there are these like life-size cardboard cutouts of different cartoons scattered around the campus. And it's your job to find those and to fill out the scavenger hunt. in your small groups. And hopefully while you're doing that, learn about the campus. And then at 3:30, we'll get back on the school bus and hopefully be home by 6. It should only be 2 hours, but I'm adding an extra half an hour padding for traffic. Yeah, rush hour, exactly. All right, do we have any questions about the field trip? I have one last thing for you guys I got to give you. So
I hope my team wins the scavenger hunt, to be honest.
What'd you say, Geraldo?
I want my team to win the scavenger hunt.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm really competitive.
So, anyways, I did case. Yeah, if it doesn't work, then I'll get all the dragons.
I am trying to pull up this link.
Not the end of the world.
They love to make things hard, don't they? Just give me a second longer, guys. Portland State, come on. Okay, so there's the link. What? Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm having a little bit of problems opening this link, and they don't give me the link. They just like complete this form online, and then my browser, my safety browser, doesn't want to let me temporarily. Try again. Okay, I'm gonna try and get this link to work. I'm gonna send you guys out a remind tonight. The college campus wants you to fill out this little registration form. It's a COVID safety thing, basically. So if there's a COVID break, they can let us know and everything. So I'll send you out something and remind tonight to get filled out, and you guys will just follow that link and get it done. Does that sound good to everyone? Can you all do that for me? I'm not seeing a valley of yeses. Can you all, if I send out something tomorrow? Okay, good. All right, one last question to you guys. Oh, go ahead, Tabitha.
Corbin asked if he should bring his vaccine card.
Have we already checked off your vaccine card, Corbin? No. Yeah, everyone bring your vaccine card if you have it and you can and you're not going to lose it, so that Caroline and I can check it off to make sure. We just need to know how many people are vaccinated. That's just something we've been trying to do. So you can go ahead and bring that tomorrow if we haven't already checked you off. What is the most important thing that you guys bring tomorrow?
Permission slips.
Permission slip ourselves. Permission slip. Permission slip. Water is a very good one. Bring your water, y'all. Bring your water. Okay. Last thing I'm going to tell you guys. It is very important that you stay with your small group, that you are respectful in all these places, and that you listen to your small group leader. We are going to walk through downtown Portland. Now, I've taken kids to downtown Seattle. I've taken kids to downtown. I've watched students down Hollywood Boulevard before. Okay, so I know that you guys can do it. I know that you can be very, stay with the group. There's going to be a lot of homeless. That's just a fact of life, right? That's reality in a city in our day and age, and our failed systems of social safety nets and everything else. You know, that's up to you, Lynn, but you want to stay with your group. You want to be polite. You don't want to be rude. You don't want to be talking smack at all. You don't want to harass anyone, and you don't want to bother anyone. Does that make sense to you guys? This is not a place where you can just wander off. You must stay with your success coaches. All right, that's the mom speech. I'll probably give it to you guys again. It's also the I'm legally liable for everyone's well-being speech. So I just want to make sure you guys are aware. We are going to be in a big city. We're going to be walking around a big city. So we have to be smart about that. Okay, great. Well, I can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. It'll be really exciting. And I hope that we all have a great trip. I will see you all 7:30 tomorrow morning. Bye.
See you guys in the morning.
You'll have a good day.